Hello everyone, I'm the Benefactor, and this is Beneficence TV, dedicated to providing you solid entertainment while keeping you informed. We are a progressive media outlet with the focus on providing thought-provoking content on forbidden knowledge regarding topics such as Marxism, plasmoids, zero-point energy, vortex-based math, and anti-gravitics. Our aim is to combat the spread of dangerous misinformation and to educate on these intriguing and unconventional areas of study while separating fact from fiction. Join us on our journey of discovery and challenge conventional thinking here on Beneficence TV, and now presenting my revolutionary analysis of Twitch's exploitation of the moderator class. Now starting the very first episode of The Social Situation. A Marxist analysis of Twitch. Today on The Social Situation, I'd like to talk about an issue of labor exploitation that has been devoid of Marxist analysis. I'm the Benefactor, and this is The Social Situation of Twitch.
Well, I thank you for your question, but I have to say we're capitalists.
Hello everyone, Benefactor here. This is the first episode of The Social Situation where we talk about a wide variety of topics using a Marxist lens. Before we get into the internal contradictions and class conflict within Twitch, I need to put things in perspective with an introduction on material analysis outside of a wage market. You can learn more about the basics and history of Marxism through my interview on Facebook with Azure Scapegoat, linked to in the video description below. It's true that Marxism can be used as a tool to understand a multitude of systems within a wide variety of scientific fields from anthropology, socioeconomics, political science, and much more. To apply the dialectic analysis on material within a system such as the family household where labor is produced, you can begin to see how class conflict is possible outside a wage market. Marxism suggests that wherever there is a division of labor beyond one's sustenance, there must also be a surplus of value to that labor regardless of any physical contract. Within any household, there is an undefined amount of necessary labor to be done. Cooking, cleaning, maintenance, etc. You also have a total amount of undefined free time to appropriate to said labor. In that context, any labor generated outside of sustaining yourself is considered surplus value, after which there is the decision of how to distribute this surplus. If I live with a spouse, and we both have a specific amount of free time to address the necessary labor, but I appoint all the work to the female, this can create class conflict within a feudal household that exposes an internal contradiction. The contradiction of a man constantly struggling to do less labor within the house and a woman always struggling to do more while trying to maintain loyalty and love to one another. Let's switch our focus for a minute from the household to a thriving online capitalist society, which currently seems to be isolated from objective Marxist critique. That is until now. If we are to analyze the material conditions of a community such as Twitch, which operates as an eerie microcosm of our dystopian gig economy, in which a moderator's class are loosely compensated for the fruit of their labor by a content creator class of a few elitists, those minority whom are exponentially expanding their profit margins. A system of exploitation that Twitch itself and their capitalist, for-profit algorithm reinforces.
That when that deal is done, the $20 an hour, something is going on that you actually know, but you don't want to face, but I'm going to show it to you. When I hire you for 20 bucks an hour, I know that for every hour that you give me your work, your brains, your muscles to work, I'm going to have more stuff to sell at the end of the day because you're added to my workforce. You're going to help me produce more goods or more services or better quality goods and services than I would have if I didn't employ you. So I'm going to say to myself, it costs me to get Abby $20 an hour. What do I get out of it? I'm going to have the output that Abby adds by her labor. Now that has got to be more than 20 bucks. So the only way I'm going to hire you for $20 an hour is if you produce more in the hour than I give you. So when you feel in a vague way at the end of the day, as you walk home, that you're being ripped off, you're absolutely right. Or in Marx's language, exploited. So what does the capitalist say? I earned it. No, you didn't. He just ripped people off.
After all, Twitch's algorithm is only based on views, meaning the more you have, the more the algorithm favors you. This may be an equal distribution of shared content among the platform, but it is no means equitable or gives any consideration to material requirements for those starting out. This ultimately leads to a system that favors those who have already established a major following on other platforms and gives little help to those at the bottom who are relatively unknown. Some famous streamers might claim they made it on their own. However, when analyzing the various flaws in a system that shares information via the distribution process favoring already established mainstream content, these not-so-obvious flaws become obvious. This method of favoring distribution with already popular content is an issue in and of itself, giving less room than other platforms to obtain new mainstream content creators, ignoring any fact that some may have had an initial boost due to viewers from a different platform whom someone else had built. Let alone the fact that this system of distributing mainstream content is solely based on raw views, a system YouTube itself even scrapped due to its inconsistent and unfair results. One must consider any following outside of said platform to have an actual objective critique on legitimate meritocracy within a community like Twitch. But I digress. Meritocracy aside, the community as a whole within Twitch operates within a capitalist for-profit structure, one that sees every choice it makes in the name of prioritizing profit and reinforcing said power structure above any kind of actual consumer requirement. In other words, there is every motivation to maintain a structure of class conflict. When looking a little closer at the actual labor produced within a Twitch community, an odd thing becomes apparent. The content creator class and the moderator class are largely separated by two factors: the algorithm, which favors those at the top and reinforces its for-profit model of success by maximizing advertisement investments. In other words, the more views you have, the more it will recommend your content to maximize the investment from advertisers. After all, there's no profit in a system that might show you something you won't like, causing you to not view any potential advertisement. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's impossible for someone to make it big on Twitch now, just improbable. I mean, the proof is in the put-in, and what we see put in are very few mainstream content creators contrasted with a large variety of streamers who have maintained 0 views, sometimes for years. Facebook isn't notorious for having a more equitable distribution of information. However, there are systems in place to level the playing field. A caveat here is that Facebook's algorithm is still operating under a for-profit model, meaning it might be a bit more equitable in the distribution. But they have found another way to tighten the noose of capital by implementing a pay-to-play feature that is largely necessary after the initial charity boost the algorithm gives you when first starting out. Factor 2 is probably the most frustrating and an area of exploitation I've noticed for a while. as struggles between the content creator class and moderator class of these communities. As the content creator class grows, these struggles grow more apparent as paralleled by any other capitalist enterprise. Chat moderation becomes a necessary labor within any Twitch sub-community. With the growth of said business comes the requirement to divide that labor. Now, we've already discussed that when any labor produced is divided, there is always a surplus value, or more value added by the workers than they input. This changing of material translates into the toil and trouble one must take to moderating a chat from trolls and other offenders. Moderators are sometimes also tasked with promotional duties for the enterprise. Let's contrast this with the largely labor-free content creator class who are regularly absent from this chat maintenance labor, but always get to decide what to do with its surplus value. The void in any mandatory wage compensation leads to inevitable class struggles within the Twitch sub-communities and online community as a whole, as the moderator class grows ever more alienated from the product of their labor. These class contradictions by their very nature are paradoxical, as one class is constantly struggling to maintain the growth and quality of their enterprise, while the other is struggling to get more recognition to grow theirs. The quid pro quo essentially taking the form of raids. A raid is a way of sending all your viewers to another business when you're done broadcasting, enticing those without a guaranteed paycheck to do free labor for you. This is no guarantee that these viewers will pay to stay. In other words, there are no set standards for compensation for said work. This hope of recognition and subsequent growth from someone else's success teeters closely to a modern-day multi-level marketing scheme. Some moderators often being compensated for their work with gift cards, or not at all in some cases.
Pour a glass of yellowtail because you have nothing better.
Don't be fooled. Just because the king is generous doesn't make them less of an authoritarian figurehead.
You're welcome.
In this way, Twitch has set up their platform to incentivize centralized authoritarian hierarchies. By limiting the platform to one content creator per business, it eliminates any potential for co-opted labor. To sum it up, Twitch is a strange amalgamation of a feudal and capitalist economic system that has some of the worst aspects of a gig economy and multi-level marketing scheme combined into one giant mess of class struggles.
That concludes our bro tip of the week.
However, being a moderator and a Twitch entrepreneur are not mutually exclusive. Some moderators are content creators, others aren't. This unusual dichotomy demonstrates the fluidity between the feudal and capitalist economic systems and can simultaneously classify some moderators to be in two different social classes. A king in one sub-community and a servant in another. Reminiscence of cult-like behavior may start to formulate as those at the bottom deify those at the top. Let's remind ourselves of the characteristics of a cult. Great devotion to a person or idea, as well as persons united by devotion or allegiance to an artistic or intellectual movement or figure. I'm in no way implying we have any cults on Twitch now. These are simple observations. However, a caveat of inevitability still remains for this scenario, as unresolved class conflict always leads to pathological and destructive behavior. Listen, I'm not trying to be condescending or morally superior by pointing out this exploitation. I also don't have all the answers on how to reorganize labor within this kind of system, but I hope that by raising awareness to these issues, we can come together and formulate practical solutions. After all, how are we going to fix a problem if we aren't aware of it in the first place? As Marxists, class struggles within online communities need to be addressed if we are going to try and address class struggles in real life. Have I made mistakes in my analysis here? I'm sure I have. Do I hope that I can rely on my fellow Marxist colleagues for constructive critique and support? Of course. I implore all my friends to observe that this underlying notion of exploitation is real and give me a different perspective on this topic. But I am optimistic that with enough collaboration we can formulate a real strategy for more progressive policies, such as a mandatory minimum wage for moderators tied to the productivity of the channel. Or maybe Twitch can just change their algorithm to allow for multiple content creators per licensed business. Personally, I chose Facebook's platform over Twitch's platform for some of these exact reasons. The main one being I am able to divide labor more equitably and democratically. This leaves room for my media outlet to expand into a worker co-op. I have that ability to say, if you want to become a moderator for my business, you will also get to be a content creator as well. And we all vote on what to do with the surplus of labor. I hope this topic was enlightening, and if you enjoy my content, I do suggest you head over to my Facebook page, where I have loads of videos and articles. If you have any questions, you can always reach out to me via direct message. We also have a Patreon and WhatsApp for donations. They are not required, but always greatly appreciated. Thanks for tuning in for this week's episode of The Social Situation. Remember, beneficence is beautiful. Throughout modern history, there have been visionaries who dared to dream beyond the boundaries of conventional science. Inventors who sought to unlock the mysteries of alternative propulsion, anti-gravitics, and the enigma of over-unity energy. Yet, their stories remain shrouded in shadow. Many of these pioneers, their voices silenced, their visions extinguished. Some vanished into obscurity, while others paid the ultimate price. Suppression, it seems, has been a constant companion to innovation. But recently, there's been a glimmer of hope. A new generation of self-taught, open-minded, and independent scientists has emerged. A collective effort to combat the forces that seek to keep humanity in the dark. People like Marco Rodin, whose rediscovery of vortex-based mathematics is nothing short of mind-bending. They pushed the boundaries of mathematical understanding, opening doors to a new realm of possibilities by describing numbers as physical stationary interstitiary vectors in space-time whose values don't change. Unlike traditional mathematics, where numbers change while functions remain constant, this paradigm shift recognizes that in reality, functions themselves can represent the changing variables, opening doors to a new understanding of mathematical relationships. And then there's Malcolm Bendall, a man with a vision that defies convention. He introduced the plasmoid unified model, a concept that calculates the resonant frequencies of everything from the elements to colors, shapes, and even polarized cardinal directions. But Bendall didn't stop at theory. He applied his unified field theory to a revolutionary concept, converting mass into clean energy. His ingenious design mimics nature's use of plasma, producing colossal amounts of pristine energy. Bendall's vision goes beyond energy. It's about reshaping our understanding of the world and harnessing the very forces of nature to propel us into a new era. As Tesla was once accredited as saying, throughout space there is energy. Is this energy static or kinetic? If static, our hopes are in vain. If kinetic, and this we know it is for certain, then it is a mere question of time when men will succeed in attaching their machinery to the very wheelwork of nature. In the shadows of suppressed technology, these visionaries are opening doors to a brighter, more sustainable future. The plasmoid engine, a symbol of hope, innovation, and the relentless pursuit of the unknown. Join us as we delve deeper into the mysteries of plasmoids and the brave souls who dare to challenge the status quo. Here on Divine Science. Stay tuned for our brand new show. For more videos on consciousness, zero-point energy, and other forms of forbidden knowledge, like and subscribe to my YouTube and TikTok channels. What are you waiting for? Take the red pill and arm yourself with forbidden knowledge. Subscribe today. Hello everyone, I'm the Benefactor, and this is Beneficence TV, dedicated to providing you solid entertainment while keeping you informed. We are a progressive media outlet with the focus on providing thought-provoking content on forbidden knowledge regarding topics such as Marxism, plasmoids, zero-point energy, vortex-based math, and anti-gravitics. Our aim is to combat the spread of dangerous misinformation and to educate on these intriguing and unconventional areas of study while separating fact from fiction. Join us on our journey of discovery and challenge conventional thinking here on Beneficence TV. There does exist multiple realms of existence, parallel universes of infinite potential and endless possibility. However, they are not what you might think. Parallel universes exist as echoes to the primary timeline that we live in. Like Schrodinger's cat, these parallel universes do not exist until they are physically measured or viewed by the main timeline. Until this happens, they are nothing more than mathematical potential energy. In this sense, all creative thought can be perceived as coming from one of these alternate potential timelines. This potential energy will collapse into existence once our brains tap into them using the universal consciousness energy field, giving rise to the wide array of artistic and creative ideas that manifest themselves in the form of human subjective experience. It is no secret that many brilliant writers gain inspiration from visions. Philip K. Dick notoriously admitted to this. He did not create worlds, he saw them. Adding to this theorem, the brain is basically an antenna, and electrical signals interpreted or created by the brain cannot be differentiated from one another. In other words, as Morpheus once said, what is real? How do you define real? If you're talking about what you can feel, what you can smell, what you can taste and see, then real is simply electrical signals interpreted by your brain. Expanding on these principles, one can imagine that dreams are nothing more than our own personalized pockets of existence, alternate dimensions of space-time in which we are the creators, albeit subconsciously. If psychedelic experiences and dreams are uncontrolled hallucinations, then reality must be a form of controlled hallucination, one in which our physical reality is being created from the potential energy of alternate timelines, making it a little bit easier to understand how our brains can create and mold our reality. The mind is the cause and reality is the effect. For more videos like this on consciousness, zero-point energy, sacred geometry, and alternative science, like and subscribe to Beneficence TV. We are on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Remember, beneficence is beautiful.
Hitler took the guns. Stalin took the guns. Mao took the guns. Fidel Castro took the guns. Hugo Chavez took the guns. And I'm here to tell you, 1776 will commence again if you try to take...
We interrupt your regularly scheduled propaganda to bring you breaking news. A lot of you have been recommending my channel since I released Divine Science, including Jordan from Alchemical Science. I cannot overstate how much I appreciate your support in helping me disseminate this vital information. We are just shy of breaking 500 subscribers, a massive achievement and an indication that you all are thirsty for forbidden knowledge. If we continue on this trajectory, we can propel these topics into the mainstream and push them out of the category of forbidden. If you aren't aware, Jordan has been hosting a very popular YouTube channel called Alchemical Science, where he goes over some of the ideas I discuss in Divine Science, but with more scientific rigor. A perfect channel for those curious in building your own thunderstorm generator, or would just like a better scientific description of some of the new phenomenon that science is discovering. Jordan and his team have put together a comprehensive guide along with materials list to build one, and you can access all that information via his website alchemicalscience.org or through my website beneficencetv.com. This first episode is a massive hour-and-a-half long documentary intended to kick off my new series called Divine Science. In this episode, we explore the possible connections of ancient wisdom and spirituality to groundbreaking science and technology. From everyone here at Beneficence TV, we wish you all a very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Expand your minds and subscribe today. now a beneficent fact. Did you know that Isaac Newton, one of the most famous scientists in history, spent more time studying alchemy and number symbolism than modern science? This interest in alchemy started during his childhood when he was boarding in the attic of an apothecary's shop. However, much of his writings on alchemy may have been lost in a fire in his laboratory, leaving the true extent of his work in this area unknown. Newton even suffered a nervous breakdown during his period of alchemical work. Alchemy has been largely ridiculed and dismissed as pseudoscience, and its practitioners were often labeled as charlatans or fraudsters. However, recent scholarship has shown that alchemists made significant contributions to science and medicine, including the discovery of elements and the development of pharmaceutical drugs. Alchemy's focus on the transformation of matter and the study of the universe's hidden potential remains relevant today, and its earlier practitioners deserve a serious re-evaluation of their work. For more videos like this, subscribe to our YouTube and TikTok channels.
The Plasmoid Unification Model, Molten Sea Arc Atomic Reconstruction Technology, or MSART. Plasmoids are donut or toroidal-shaped clusters of net protons or net electrons that, once captured and placed into a toroidal orbit, are capable of absorbing, storing, and releasing enormous amounts of energy present within their self-generated and structured electromagnetic containment field. Plasmoids, in effect, function as an atomic battery that can be self-charging due to their ability to convert matter into available clean energy. Plasmoids by their unique geometry cause a consequential electromagnetic containment field to generate a zero point naturally and casually, without much effort, and have the ability to convert the nuclear mass of protium atoms into energy. The Plasmoid Unification Model, PUM, posits that plasmoids are epoch-making and that knowledge of them has been hidden in plain sight for centuries. This PUM slide rule reveals the algorithmic relationships between life's elements critical to mankind's existence and development. It starts with protium, H, which has a melting point of -259.2 degrees Celsius and is the most abundant element in our solar system. Protium determines the 25,920 great-year frequency of our solar system. The resonant frequencies of all others can then be calculated when 25,920 years is reduced from years to days, hours, and seconds. The PUM is evidence that the universe is an intelligent design. That design is in perfect octave harmonic resonance with itself. Therefore, all of creation, from galaxies, to planets, to elements, all resonate in unison with a collective chord referred to by our ancestors as above so below. This principle embodies the truth that there is always a correspondence between the laws and phenomena of the various planes of being and life. Its origin dates to sometime between 200 CE and 800 CE and is attributed to an ancient document called the Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus. The concept, that which is below corresponds to that which is above, and that which is above corresponds to that which is below, to accomplish the miracles of the one thing. This is interconnected with an energy web, the 24 components and laws of which are all based and governed on the same 16-sector torus plasmoid precepts shown. The concepts and ruling principles of the PUM can, and have been, applied to make energy to matter and matter to energy conversions. When applied to the modern hydrocarbon-powered internal combustion engine, PUM technology removes exhaust toxic waste products and increases the engine power output by transforming waste energy back into fuel. Plasmoids employed in conjunction with the plasmoid toroidal implosive turbine provide a new novel matter-to-energy and energy-to-matter propulsion device for water, land, air, and space travel. This unified theory of matter and existence has been applied to practical technology. Recently, Malcolm Bendall has developed what is called the plasmoid thunderstorm generator. It is called this because Malcolm brilliantly designs the engine to replicate how nature utilizes opposing hot and cold counter-rotating forces within a containment to reproduce a thunderstorm in a bottle. To explain the basics of how the Bendel engine works, we begin by imploding a sphere. Then putting the North Pole, which is rotating anti-clockwise, against the South Pole, which is rotating clockwise, you create a monopolar point on the equatorial plane. Segmenting the imploded sphere into 8 planes creates 16 peripheral points which, when viewed in cross-section, reveal the infinity symbol. In order to calculate the resonant frequency of a shape, you must first calculate the sum of its internal angles. To calculate the resonant frequency of an imploded sphere, we must produce the sum of the internal angles contained within all 8 planes. All physical shapes vibrate at the sum of their internal angles, which are determined by the base angle of 22.5 degrees and its octaves. The angle between the 8 planes and the 0-point equatorial center also determines the location of the knot and nodes on the Fibonacci phi curve on the pi surface. This connects and defines the placement of all the elements. To paraphrase Jordan from Alchemical Science, the air is distributed into the water chamber via a porous air stone, which produces microbubbles around 0.5 micron from the bottom inlet, which is composed of ionized air that passes through a tube of UV light. These microbubbles are sucked up through steel wool contained between 2 mesh screens using the vacuum pulses from the engine, shown here in this diagram. The stainless steel filter which the microbubbles pass through act as a catalyst to atomize and vaporize the ionized water filled with microbubbles, which is then pulled up as gas or vapor into the top chamber during the vacuum phase of the engine. According to Malcolm Bendel, microbubbles are necessary to ensure the bubbles remain symmetrical during the process in the next step where they collapse. Each vacuum phase produces around 7,000 microbubbles. During the reverse piston phase, the vacuum is released from the plasmoid generation chamber and the chamber turns into a pressure chamber. During the pressure phase of the engine, the microbubbles are forced to collapse into themselves. What the bubbles are experiencing is a change in their state of matter, from a liquid state into a gas state and finally into a plasma state, simply by structuring how the ionized bubbles implode when put under pressure. The collapse of the symmetrical microbubbles forms a toroidal magnetic self-contained field which contain the plasma in the form of a plasmoid. Once the bubble pops, the plasmoid is left due to its self-contained magnetic field sustained by its geometry. The plasmoids then gain in size due to their tendency to draw in and convert the available water vapor surrounding them. The molecular and atomic bonds are disassociated as the vapor passes through the toroid. This splits the water into their base elements hydrogen and oxygen, and the plasmoids increase from the size of 10 to the power of -12 microns up to 100 microns. The plasmoids then pass into the thunderstorm generator. The thunderstorm generator is essentially a sphere within a sphere attached to a tube, which hot and cold gas is passed through at specific counter-rotating angles within the sphere to create a powerful vortex. The cold ionized plasmoid vapors are pulled into the thunderstorm generator at a temperature of -86.3 degrees as they exit the generator. The hot exhaust is introduced at a counterclockwise angle to the plasmoid vapor to produce a powerful vortex. The opposing vortexes of hot carbon exhaust gases and the cold water vapor that is dense with plasmoids collide, reproducing a thunderstorm in a bottle, where slight differences in temperature can cause powerful storms. The column of water being subjected to alternating vacuum and pressure pulses sourced by the normal action of a piston within an internal combustion engine alternatively generate and collapse the bubbles. These are the same naturally occurring forces of nature that produce the enormous power of a thunderstorm or cyclone. Cool moist plasmoid-enriched air moving into the engine, structured using resonant spheres and cylinders of different diameters, interacts with hot dry air, encapsulating it as it moves out in the opposite direction from the engine. This releases enough energy at an atomic level within the exhaust stream to fundamentally alter its composition, eliminating toxic chemical wastes such as carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide, hydrocarbons, and other toxic compounds. The exhaust's net positive ions, which are also bad for life, are replaced with net negative ions within the exhaust. Simultaneously, within the vacuum, imploding into the engine together, the MSART plasmoids and water vapor act to both dissociate the water into hydrogen and oxygen. The plasmoids alone, once reaching their effective charge density, create a viable singularity zero point due to charging received by the thunderstorm tornado dissociating the hydrogen into its component electron and proton. This atomic and molecular fuel is fed back into the engine to add and enhance the explosive force of the normal hydrocarbon fuel. Other elements that contain neutrons within the imploding vacuum stream are unaffected by the forces applied by the plasmoids, as they are not powerful enough to act on the nucleus, therefore producing no nuclear byproducts. What this does is turn the exhaust into toxin-free oxygen. The underlying principle of Malcolm Bendel's unified field theory is that all elements are plasmoids and that all those elements are controlled by charge density. Therefore, making charge density the only relevant characteristic when considering zero matter, time, light, and matter. Jordan from Alchemical Science is an independent researcher who has personally verified the engine's authenticity, and according to him on his channel, which is linked to in the description below, there is a slight smell of burnt air but almost no sense of carbon emissions produced when putting your nose up to the exhaust. The brilliance of Bendel's design isn't just in the ability to adapt already functioning carbon-producing engines into super-efficient oxygen factories, it is in the simplicity of its engineering. Further proof that the greatest science is based on nature, the universe's most efficient energy machine. Much thanks to Jordan from Alchemical Science and the Strike Foundation, which I have linked in the description below. I highly recommend anyone interested in learning more about plasmoids, sacred geometry, or obscure, esoteric science to go over and subscribe to Jordan's YouTube channel, Alchemical Science. The truth is out there. These are the doors, all you have to do is walk through them. For more videos like this, put a like on our video, and subscribe to our channel Beneficence TV. Beneficence is beautiful.
In the Capitol, which is in the so-called Lincoln Room, named after Abraham Lincoln. That office has my name on the door, and it has Majority Whip above the door, and it's just off of Statuary Hall. Anybody walking through Statuary Hall can see that office. Now, that's not where I do most of my work. Up on the third floor is where I do most of my work, and there are many members of the United States Congress right now who could not tell you where that office is and could not find that office, but they found it.
Okay. Door right here. Not door that door. Downstairs. Okay. Downstairs.
Nobody touched the door where my name is, but they were on the floor, and my staff is inside my inner office with furniture piled at the door, with people trying to get in that did not let them in. My question is, how did they know where that office was?
What's the floor plan? Got door. There's a door to the right. That's a cop. Downstairs. Back flipping around. Door to the left. Got you. We're gonna get over. Door's already open. We just need a plan. We need enough people. We need to push forward.
Share Speaker Pelosi's concerns about Trump having the nuclear launch codes. That's literally what keeps me up at night. Does it keep you up at night?
Yes, it does. But not just yesterday or this week. I've been feeling that way about this man for a long time. You may recall, the night before his 2018 State of the Union address, I was on another network, and I said at the time, this man does not intend to leave office. He plans to install himself as an autocrat for the rest of his life. A lot of people gave me a hard time for saying that. I was even asked by the host of the show, are you comparing this man to Adolf Hitler? And I told them, no, I wasn't. I was comparing him to Mussolini. I think that Putin would be compared to Hitler. This man I compare him to Mussolini. But the interesting thing about this, when he came out of the hospital and went up those steps to the Truman balcony and stood out over that balcony, looking out over what he imagined to be his subjects, the next morning, I saw two commentators referring to that as the Mussolini stance. This man is an autocrat. He has no respect for the Constitution of the United States. He cares nothing about a democracy. It's all about him and his family. And I would wish that my Republican colleagues will get down off their high horse and do what they can to protect this democracy.
Hey guys, I've been in the other room. Listen to me. In the other room on the other side of this door, right here where you're standing, there is a glass that if it's broken, you can drop down into a room underneath it. There's also two doors in the other room. One at the rear and one to the right when you go in. So, people should probably coordinate together if you're going to take this building.
I've talked to several members today, a few on yesterday, and they're telling me that they are being stopped by rank and file Capitol Police telling us, please do an investigation. Something didn't go right here. These people have been working hard to do their jobs, but they are not getting the kind of leadership from the top that's necessary for them to do their jobs. And they want us to look into it. So it tells me that something is amiss. And that's why Nancy Pelosi asked for those resignations. She's now gotten the resignation from the chief and Sergeant at Arms, and we are going to get to the bottom of this. I'm not too sure that we are not going to find that there is some information being passed on. I was also told by another member today that her staff saw people being let into an office building by a side door, not through the door where the magnetometers are, but through a side door where there aren't any magnetometers, and that door had to be opened from the inside. So who did that? I think we're going to find that those members who are on the floor asking for insurrection, that speech made by Merle Brooks, we're going to comb through that speech, and we're going to see whether or not he ought not be impeached. Because impeachment is not just reserved for the president. We can impeach judges and legislators as well.
The panic buttons in Representative Ayanna Pressley's office were torn out shortly before rioters stormed the Capitol on January 6th, leading the politician and her staffers to question how and why it happened. The squad member's chief of staff, Sarah Grow, noticed the panic buttons were missing as she looked for gas masks during the riot, and said she was deeply concerned about going to the Capitol that day because of all the violent rhetoric. With the help of staffers, Grow barricaded the office entrance with furniture and water jugs before being escorted to a secure location with Presley. Who exactly was leading the insurrection at the Capitol that day? It's suspected one of those people was none other than Shawn Roberts Bentz, mother of conservative House Representative Lauren Boebert from Colorado. Listen carefully to the voices in these videos and hear the similarities. Also note the person with the bullhorn has obvious knowledge of the interior layout of the building, as she barks orders to move toward an inconspicuous glass panel below the floor.
Hey guys, I've been in the other room. Listen to me.
She had to call me Snooki. You know who you look like? Who? Joan Rivers. Joan frickin' Rivers. Does she look like Joan Rivers?
In the other room on the other side of this door, right here where these feet are standing, there is a glass that if it's broken, you can drop down into a room underneath it.
And he cranks his up even louder. So I go and I crank mine up louder. And then he goes back and turns on the bass.
There's also two doors in the other room. One at the rear and one to the right when you go in.
Oh, I'd have never guessed that one.
So, people should probably coordinate together if you're going to take this building.
the junction today, so hopefully we'll find some more stuff to rant about. And I won't be signing autographs today, so quit telling me I look like Snoopy.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel for more updates. Beneficence TV. Beneficence is beautiful. I need your absolute attention for a moment. Please, pay attention to the video you are about to watch and see if you can notice the problem.
It's an interesting character for me. It's not necessarily somebody you'd think that I am right off the bat be playing. A lot of people say, you could play Truman. Sure. But it's like, it was a tough job for me.
Did you see it? Some of you might have even seen it, but don't know how to describe it. What you just witnessed was a micro-expression, and even though it only lasted a fraction of a second, it could tell us everything we need to know. A moment of contradiction between emotion and words. Robin Williams' last video interview was with The Talk in 2014. In the interview, he discussed his new show called The Crazy Ones, and shared some stories from his past. Here we see Robin in a moment of what appears to be slight joy, talking about playing Truman, and then a flash of extreme sadness. And it doesn't just happen once. These are clear patterns of behavior that are universal. Have you ever wondered what someone is thinking? I'm not talking about those sideshow scammers you see grifting in the strip malls, preying on the desperate. I'm talking about a way to really know what someone's truly feeling. If we were looking at the world through the lens of Dr. Paul Ekman, maybe we could have spotted this contradiction. Eastern Highlands Province, Papua New Guinea. A mountainous region of the Papua New Guinea highlands, between the upper reaches of the Ambulum and Okapa rivers. Dr. Paul Ekman, a renowned psychologist who specialized in the study of nonverbal communication and facial expressions, is just finishing up his second year studying the facial expressions of the four people when he reaches a startling discovery. From 1967 to 1969, Dr. Ekman was interested in their facial expressions and whether they were universal or culturally specific. He found that the four people had the same repertoire of facial expressions as people in the Western world, which further supported his theory that facial expressions and emotions are innate and universal. This research with isolated tribes helped him to further refine his theories and develop his understanding of how facial expressions work, which has been invaluable to his work on micro-expressions. Dr. Ekman recorded their interactions and studied their facial expressions while teaching them how to read emotions from Western faces. His work with the four people helped him to develop a comprehensive theory of micro-expressions called the facial action coding system. Micro-expressions are subtle, fleeting facial expressions that occur within a fraction of a second and reveal a person's true emotions or feelings.
There are two kinds of facial expressions, a macro or normal expression, which comes on and off the face usually in 2 to 5 seconds, and a micro expression, which goes on and off in a 25th of a second. Now, if you use slow motion or freeze frame, a micro expression looks just like a normal expression, but it's been compressed in time. It's an attempt to conceal true feeling.
These expressions can occur when a person tries to conceal their true emotion or feelings, and they can be a reliable indicator of lying or deception. Micro-expressions typically last for a fraction of a second and are often difficult to observe. However, with practice, it is possible to develop the skills to identify these subtle expressions and understand their meaning.
Here is the really interesting thing about Paul Ekman. I'm scared to be around him.
Yeah, I was very kind of paranoid when he was around.
You just assume that he is going to just like peer right into your soul, and he's going to basically give you a printout of all of your bull.
To spot a lie using micro-expressions, it is important to look for inconsistencies between the person's verbal and nonverbal behavior.
Colleagues have touched on counterfeit goods, and I share their concerns very deeply. I'm also concerned about stolen goods. Mr. Bezos, are stolen goods sold on Amazon?
I just said with over 1 million sellers, I'm sure that it has happened.
For example, if someone is saying one thing but their facial expression suggests something else, it could indicate that they are not telling the truth. There are different types of micro-expressions, each corresponding to a different emotion. The 7 universal emotions are happiness, sadness, fear, anger, surprise, disgust, and contempt. Spotting micro-expressions of these emotions can be useful in detecting deception. In summary, understanding micro-expressions and how they work can be a powerful tool in spotting lies. It takes practice to become skilled in identifying these subtle facial expressions, but with time and effort, it is possible to develop this essential skill. Dr. Paul Ekman's theory proposes that facial expressions are universal and innate, meaning that they are hardwired into the brain and can be observed across different cultures, languages, and ethnic groups. FACS has been widely used in various fields, such as psychology, sociology, and forensic science, to understand the emotions, intentions, and attitudes displayed through facial expressions. You have to realize, the average person lies 3 times per 10 minutes of conversation.
The question is never simply if someone is lying, it's why.
For more information on micro-expressions and how to train yourself to become a human lie detector, visit Dr. Ekman's page linked in my YouTube description. For more content like this, like and subscribe to my YouTube and TikTok channels and stay tuned for more. From everyone here at Beneficence TV, we wish you all a very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Expand your minds and subscribe today.
But the alternative is we're sitting on something right now that could change the entire landscape of the planet within 5 to 10 years if it's not suppressed.
Have you been frightened about the prospect of global catastrophe due to climate change? You're not alone, but there is a glimmer of shining hope within our dystopian reality. Recently, breakthrough developments of the Bendel engine and its independent verification have proven optimistic. In this short video, I'll break down this breaking news and explain how this technology has been suppressed for decades. Recently, Randall Carlson was on the Before School show talking about the controversy of the inventor, Malcolm Bendel, and his postponed episode of the Joe Rogan podcast recorded earlier this year.
You know, when I first, basically what happened was I was still at the point where, I had already been talking to several people that were involved with it, including the primary inventor, and then several other people that knew him, and I'd become convinced that there was something there. But in the interim, when that November show went out, but it rippled all the way around the planet.
He finally broke silence as to why one of the most important episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience has not been aired yet.
And several things happened. One is that the inventor, who had been isolated for almost 7 years on an island in the Indian Ocean, came to America. Number one, I inadvertently outed him. And then he was going to kind of teach me and guide me through the principles of plasma technology. In the interim, Jamie had pulled up this stuff from a couple of decades ago, which was basically stuff that found its way into the media, whose primary purpose was to discredit Malcolm. and portray him as a grifter.
I do not wish to talk about it myself, but I've been a victim of quite a bit of suppression. So has any other legitimate researcher in this area.
Right. The reason was, and it's a kind of a long story, but I've had it verified by several people who've been close to the whole thing. One of them is a best-selling Australian author, Roland Perry, who spent 4 years investigating this whole thing that went down in the early 2000s and late 90s when Malcolm discovered that there was a high probability that there was a major oil reservoir in Tasmania. And he got licensing to do exploratory drilling from the Tasmanian government. And he was raising money to do the exploratory drilling. Well, it turned out that one of the major oil companies had overstated their reserves by about 30%, which could have gotten him into a whole lot of trouble. Look, and here you've got this kind of lone, oil prospector. His background was in geochemistry. He had the licensing, the drilling license to drill, and they decided that if they could get control of that oil, it would solve their problem. What they did, their tactic was to try to scare away the investors. They bribed journalists, they bribed politicians to sort of concoct this whole narrative, and that's what they did, to portray him as a kind of a religious nut job, things like that. He's done things and said things that, gives him fuel in a way.
Most recently, Malcolm and Bob Grenier from the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project presented the thunderstorm generator to an audience of scientists in Zurich, Switzerland. Malcolm, who was initially met with some skepticism, that is until his engine was confirmed at the conference to reduce carbon emissions by turning waste exhaust into oxygen via a cold fusion process discovered and suppressed in the Pons-Fleischmann experiment.
And he was at MIT in the science office for education when he saw how they had changed the data on the reproducing the Pons-Fleischmann experiment, and he blew the whistle.
I inadvertently was looking through some piles of paper that had been given to me in a casual manner by all these hot fusion physicists as they were trying to do their calorimetric repeat of the Pons-Fleischmann experiment. And to my utter astonishment, I can remember sitting at my desk in my study and actually seeing these two sheets of paper, one dated July 10th, 1989, and another dated July 13th, 3 days apart. The difference between July 10th and 13th was dramatic, and I was stunned. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It looked like monkey business to me at the time, and it has turned out to be exactly that. It was a lower echelon person in the Plasma Fusion Center at MIT, one of the 16 authors of a scientific paper done under Department of Energy contract that had altered data. And that data is scientific fraud, as far as I'm concerned, and many other people are concerned.
Between Bob Grenier, a highly credible engineer, and all the independent researchers at the Tesla conference, there shouldn't be any more controversy regarding the thunderstorm generator. It really does work. Jordan from Alchemical Science has personally verified the engine on his channel, and I highly suggest you give it a watch. Malcolm's presentation in Switzerland gives a clear and concise explanation as to what exactly is happening within the generator. The thunderstorm generator has shown a remarkable ability to increase efficiency by disassociating oxygen and hydrogen and then feeding said hydrogen back into the engine. Utilizing sacred geometric principles and specific ratios, the thunderstorm generator successfully replicates a thunderstorm in a bottle.
I treat air, and out of air, I make it more than just providing oxygen for the combustion process. There are combustion-stimulating molecules and radicals generated in this process. Thunderstorm in a bottle.
We've already proven this is possible with the star in a jar experiment.
Contained in a flask of liquid. This star in a jar is made when a sound wave is passed through a small bubble inside a flask of liquid. And this sound wave makes the bubble do something remarkable. First it expands, then it collapses. And this collapse happens so violently that vapor molecules trapped inside the bubble slam together and heat up so much that the bubble gives off an incredible burst of heat and light, several thousand times a second, giving the appearance of a star.
A revolutionary discovery of producing plasma in the form of microbubbles within a vacuum chamber of water. Using ultrasound, these microbubbles produce tiny amounts of plasma, as confirmed by the ultraviolet light radiating from the jar. It is highly suspected that these bubbles are forming plasmoids, which are plasma contained in the form of a torus shape. By structuring how the bubbles implode using sound or compression, the symmetrically collapsed bubbles produce a self-contained electromagnetic field capable of absorbing, storing, and releasing enormous amounts of energy. It's estimated that up to 100 kilovolts can be released when the clusters of plasmoids explode, as proven by Ken Shoulders and his work with charged clusters.
Microscopic ball lightning. The late physicist Ken Shoulders developed a technology called charge clusters, which are likened to ball lightning. When they are discharged, they actually tap into the zero-point energy field. This is where most of the power in Stan Meyer's device was coming from. Like Stan, Ken Shoulders faced terrible suppression.
And so I met with this CEO, and he says, yes, they approved a $5 million grant from DOE so we could develop this further, because one of the effects it had that they were really pursuing was putting low-level, initially, radioactive waste in these charged clusters, and it would cause isotopes that were non-radioactive to be created. What does this mean? We clean up all the radioactive waste. However, the phenomenon, the reason it was doing it was that it was actually activating, as it were, this baseline energy field that's at the fabric of space and time. And that's what they didn't want out. So in the rarest of events, that grant was published, and these vicious people who want to keep all this stuff secret went into the Secretary of Energy's office and said, pull that grant. And they pulled it.
Utilizing the lens of Marco Rodin's vortex theory, this makes sense. Based on his theory, everything in the universe is a vortex. It is nature's path of least resistance. Bendel confirms this by discovering that all elements are plasmoids. These vortexes exist from the quantum level all the way to black holes, which leads one to ponder. Does a white hole actually exist in the back of every black hole? New discoveries in astrophysics says there very well could be a white hole at the back of every black hole, sucking things in and then spitting them out. Chaos and creation, yin and yang, as above, so below. These new discoveries could lead to unifying gravity with the other fundamental forces of the universe, finally bridging the gap between quantum physics and general relativity. However, plasmoids aren't a new discovery. They have been a forbidden science for decades. A secret science that had cost some inventors their lives. The realization that there could be hidden knowledge kept from the general public in order to maintain a status quo, one that relies heavily on the petrodollar. It's not an easy pill to swallow.
It's not a small thing. It's not a matter of finding proof for some technology, for some invention, and convincing everybody of it. You can't convince somebody of something that so totally contradicts their basic assumptions about the universe.
From the legacy of Martin Fleischmann to Stan Meyer's suspected plasmoid water-powered engine, the history of this suppressed science is well documented if you know where to look. Although these shadowy figures have left their fingerprint of void evidence, they are the reason why Malcolm has to assemble his thunderstorm generator before a conference and cannot rely on the Postal Service to deliver his specialty-made parts.
Malcolm and his team rolled up there and banged together a fresh thunderstorm generator a day before the conference as usual. And if you're wondering why it has to be this way, I don't really want to be the one to break it to you, but there are some people out there who make life honestly quite difficult for Malcolm. Let's just say that his parcels rarely arrive where and when he needs them. And he's getting quite used to this, and he's been smuggling his spheres all around the world in his suitcase for years, trying to get this out there. So this isn't just some story from Malcolm either. I've personally been in contact with many of the people who've worked on him, on this project with him at some point or other, and the situation is well known and acknowledged. So Malcolm's been relentlessly suppressed and attacked over the years because he is onto something very big. At any rate, the new bang-up prototype worked for the conference, and they were able to demonstrate the reduction in carbon monoxide and dioxide and increase in oxygen as usual, to applause from the crowd. And you can check out these videos on the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project YouTube channel.
That is why pioneers like Marco Rodin, Malcolm Bendel, Randy Powell, Jordan from Alchemical Science, and other independent researchers are the true heroes of renewable energy. They have fought to open source this technology for the benefit of the world. It is the only true strategy to circumvent suppression. The suppression we've seen time and time again.
Black shelving. So someone comes along, they offer you $20 million for your device, it's a corporation, they put it on a shelf. So national security orders. We're going to show you one from a man we just met with. Patent seizures. Financial entanglements from investors because they're doing their whole business and legal strategy wrong. Legal entanglements where they end up in court. Threats to the individuals. I had a guy under contract building one. All you had to do is have some thugs come in and say, you, your wife, you're dead, you stop this. And he stopped. And then scientific fraud.
Smear campaigns that attempt to discredit someone's character. Classic logical fallacies that distract from the real argument of, does this technology actually work, and onto a more primitive instinct. Deflection is something we also see reflected in our political system, a tried and true technique to discredit anyone who disrupts the current macroeconomic system. It's time to summarize the groundbreaking science that Bendel explained during his conference. As Jordan puts it, these energy clusters are quasi-stable formations that exist everywhere. They're all around us. However, conventional science doesn't recognize them. Many scientists have called them different names: monopoles, charged clusters, radiant energy. As it turns out, these are all used to describe the phenomenon of static electricity, a revolutionary discovery hidden in plain sight, as the true nature of static electricity has eluded scientists for centuries. As we break through these chains of suppression, we are about to experience a radical change of our civilization. A drastic paradigm shift is about to happen with this revolutionary plasmoid technology. Are you prepared? For more videos like this and updates on plasmoid technology and other forms of forbidden knowledge, subscribe to my channel, Beneficence TV. Beneficence is beautiful. Hello everyone, I'm the Benefactor, and this is Beneficence TV, dedicated to providing you solid entertainment while keeping you informed. We are a progressive media outlet with the focus on providing thought-provoking content on forbidden knowledge regarding topics such as Marxism, plasmoids, zero-point energy, vortex-based math, and anti-gravitics. Our aim is to combat the spread of dangerous misinformation and to educate on these intriguing and unconventional areas of study while separating fact from fiction. Join us on our journey of discovery and challenge conventional thinking here on Beneficence TV. Hello everyone, and welcome back to The Social Situation. I'm your host, the Benefactor. Today I'm going to talk about inefficiency in a capitalist enterprise. I will open your eyes to the mysteries of the inherent flaws within a capitalist organization and explain why CEOs make irrational decisions that would affect the quality of their products. sit back and get ready to take the red pill into the world of worker exploitation. And now, the social situation of Cyberpunk 2077.
Well, I thank you for your question, but I have to say we're capitalists.
There has been an issue with the way we organize our labor under a capitalist framework. The framework of an employer constantly struggling to maximize the difference between how much their employees work and how much they get paid. A system that focuses its priorities based on the power structure of an authoritarian nature, where one person, or a small minority, control the lives of potentially hundreds of thousands or more. Aside from the inherent contradiction of organizing production and distribution of goods and services in this way, a successful model inevitably leading to the workers not being able to buy what they produce. This way of organizing production also creates class tensions and inefficiencies between the majority who do the work and the minority who are usually disconnected from the everyday work environment and don't actually turn production or create profit themselves. Remember, management is classified as unproductive work.
Hey, Pam, yeah, I forgot what day the interview was. I drove to New York accidentally. Be like 3 hours late.
When you realize that there is a direct link from being overworked to making avoidable mistakes in the production process, it's easy to see how irrational capitalist organized businesses can actually be, sacrificing any long-term stability for maximizing short-term profits. Unfortunately, these practices are widespread due to capitalism's tendency to ensure the conditions of its own existence. It does this by forcing business practitioners to solely focus on profit, leading to wealth inequality, redistribution, and eventually monopolization of industry. This is a huge mistake. Businesses don't just exist to generate profit. They exist as staples in our economy that play vital functions. These functions, like transportation for goods and services, need to be prioritized since the economy, and subsequently its citizens, relies heavily on them. As our own government would say, these industries are too big to fail. You can patch them with band-aids all you want, but internal contradictions inevitably lead to instability. Even businesses that don't appear to play any vital function in our economy actually do if you look a little closer. A healthy economy is one in which money is not stagnant or sitting around. A healthy economy is one where money is circulating, being transferred from one person to the next as fast as possible, like the blood pumping through an inorganic body that is supplying oxygen to vital organs, one after the other to keep itself alive. It's just a shame that nobody sees the need to fix the failures of a business before that threshold is crossed. I would recommend addressing contradictions within the business first. By doing so, you are addressing the instability within the enterprise. These mistakes may seem innocent in the video game industry. However, if we shift our focus for a moment and apply this logic to other industries, you can now understand how employers are directly responsible for unnecessarily putting their employees in harm's way, simply by structuring the business as an authoritarian top-down hierarchy, subjecting them to harsh working conditions or unsafe environments, seeing employees as nothing more than numbers on paper or just a means to an end. A warning for future entrepreneurs. Using the dialectic analysis on the situation, which is analyzing the back and forth interaction between two opposing forces and observing the created change over time, you can begin to see how treating workers like robots instead of human beings with real-life needs, such as breaks and appropriate amount of leisure time outside of work, will inevitably lead to inefficiencies. As a business owner, cracking the whip is one of the most counterproductive practices you can participate in. we will refer you to Maslow's hierarchy of human needs, or the theory of human motivation as evidence of these ideas. By applying the dialectical analysis, one can see the inherent contradiction between the profit-driven capitalist enterprise and workers' basic human needs. In the context of analyzing the situation of worker exploitation, the dialectical analysis highlights the struggle between the capitalist class seeking profit and the working class seeking better working conditions and treatment. Maslow's hierarchy of needs offers strong scientific evidence as to why employee well-being should be a top priority. Maslow's hierarchy of needs is a theory that proposes that human needs can be organized into a hierarchy, with basic physiological and safety needs at the bottom, followed by needs for love and belonging, esteem, and self-actualization. In the context of the inefficiencies of a capitalist enterprise, overworking employees can be seen as a violation of their basic physiological and safety needs, as well as their needs for balance and personal growth. When employees are overworked, they may experience physical and emotional exhaustion, which can lead to burnout, decreased job satisfaction, and increased turnover. This can ultimately result in decreased productivity, decreased profitability, and decreased overall success of the enterprise. Thus, it is important for capitalist enterprises to consider the needs of their employees and prioritize their well-being in order to achieve long-term success. Let's give a couple of examples before I postulate a couple of solutions. Not long ago, CD Projekt Red was in the headlines due to its major release, Cyberpunk falling short of its delivery concerning the last-gen consoles. I'm sure there are many reasons why this happened, but let's look at the root of the production process and work our conclusions from there. CD Projekt Red had implemented something the gaming industry calls crunch time. This is a period of time where the developer pushes the workers to input an enormous amount of time and labor, often lasting months and sometimes even years.
We're living really long hours. I had a hard time just talking to people because I was just kind of tired and angry all the time. We pretty much crunched that whole year.
Leading up to the much-anticipated launch of the game, and with extensive pressure from investors, CD Projekt Red implemented a 6-day work week, forcing their employees to push production to their limit. Furthermore, reports from former CD Projekt Red employees show that the crunch periods lasted extremely long, and some employees were close to working 100 hours per week. This level of overwork can lead to numerous consequences, including burnout, which can have detrimental effects on the mental and physical health of employees. Inefficiencies arise when companies try to prioritize profits over employee well-being, causing a direct impact on the quality of their products. Another issue with crunch time is that it can lead to a culture of fear and overwork, with employees motivated by the fear of being left behind or seen as less productive than their colleagues. This culture can lead to a lack of creativity, innovation, and communication, reducing the overall productivity and efficiency of the workforce. Now, let's contrast this with some alternate labor experiments done. Microsoft recently implemented a 4-day workweek experiment in Japan, and their results were interesting but not surprising. Their productivity went up by 40%. Other examples can be given of experiments with 6-hour workdays rather than 8 hours that yield similar results. I say that it's not surprising because humans are not machines. When you have an employer who is trying to squeeze the employee to maximize the difference between labor input and wage, of course you're going to lose productivity in the process. Doing so, you have not chosen the path of least resistance. To address the issue of overwork and inefficiencies in capitalism, companies need to prioritize the well-being of their employees and shift their focus from short-term profits to long-term sustainability. One potential solution could be to implement a 4-day workweek or a reduced workday, as seen in successful experiments. Additionally, creating a culture that encourages communication, collaboration, and innovation can lead to a more productive and efficient workforce. Ultimately, it is essential for companies to recognize that a healthier and more fulfilled workforce leads to better and more effective products overall. As Frederick Douglass once said, power concedes nothing without demand. In the end, this is a power structure that is essentially strangling itself. When you loosen the noose of capitalism and introduce democracy into the workplace, such as a worker co-op, you obtain more efficiency, quality, and productivity, because the workers are personally invested in their place of work. By loosening or eliminating the grip on labor input with progressive labor strategies, you also get the added bonus of a more focused, enthusiastic, and energetic workforce. Workers who are researching the problems and solutions, investing their time into studying up on topics such as business and economics, getting involved in the academics, the theoretical, and the practical, they become an indispensable apparatus of the enterprise in which to maximize efficiency and productivity. These are byproducts of organizing production in this manner, where each worker is also part owner of the business. While Marxism provides a critical theoretical framework for understanding the exploitation of workers in the capitalist system, practical solutions must take into account the unique circumstances and factors within different industries and contexts. Overall, it is essential to recognize that exploitation and economic inequality are systemic issues that require systemic solutions. While individual actions and choices can contribute to these problems, addressing the root causes requires collective efforts and structural change. Marx argued that the wage system, in general, creates a division between productive and unproductive labor, where unproductive labor is not valued or paid fairly. Marxism teaches us that minimum wage laws only address the symptoms of the problem and not the underlying structural inequalities in capitalist society. Instead, he advocated for the abolition of wage labor and a move towards a socialist system where all labor is valued and compensated fairly. Let's look at Paul Cockshot's theory for a moment, a theory proposed in his incredible book, Towards a New Socialism. In his book, he proposes using a socialist economic planning system to replace the market economy. In this system, every worker would be allocated a certain number of non-fungible labor tokens that represent the amount of time they have worked. Each token would have a standardized value based on the average productivity of all workers. These non-fungible labor tokens would allow workers to be compensated fairly based on the amount of work they have performed without the need for wages or salaries. Additionally, the tokens could not be freely exchanged, ensuring that workers are not exploitative of others. This system aims to abolish wage labor by enabling workers to have more control over the means of production and the decision-making process. The planning system would be democratic, with decisions made through a system of councils composed of elected representatives from different industries and communities. While Paul Cockshot's proposed new socialism aims to give workers more control over the means of production and decision-making processes, the concept of self-exploitation is not viewed as a problematic issue within his framework. This is because the primary objective is to eliminate systemic exploitation of one class over the other, rather than addressing individual-level exploitation as we do now. Additionally, workers would have the ability to democratically participate in decision-making processes, including work hours and labor allocation, reducing the pressure to prioritize their labor over their own well-being. Overall, the proposed system seeks to create a more equitable and fair distribution of resources, minimizing the need for individuals to self-exploit. Cockshot's theory proposes a revolutionary economic system that aims to eliminate economic inequality, end wage labor, and create a more just and equitable society. In a Marxist sense, labor exploitation refers to the extraction of surplus value from workers beyond their basic subsistence needs. It occurs when the wages paid to workers are insufficient to cover the costs of their reproduction. Workers are left with limited or no ability to improve their living conditions or accumulate wealth, while capitalists profit from their labor.
The way most corporations work is 4 times a year. They take the profits they've made in the preceding 3 months, and they distribute a portion of them to their shareholders. These distributions are called dividends. So if you own a lot of shares, say because you inherited them from your grandma, or you stole money and bought them on the stock market, there are lots of ways of getting them. But if you have them, 4 times a year, you go to your mailbox in the morning and you get an envelope and you tear it open, and inside is a check for your share of the profits that have been distributed to shareholders. For rich people, this is millions of dollars. They have all that money. What did they do exactly to earn that money? Nothing. Those people are going to tell me they earned what? Did they ever set foot in the factory? No. Do they have any idea what this company does? No, they don't care. They are simply sitting there collecting. Well, let's now do a little logic. If there are people like shareholders who get a lot of goods and services they didn't help produce, then there must be elsewhere in that system people who produce what they do not get. So that means if we allow that we are saying, some people, your job is to produce a lot more than you get so that these people can get a lot more than they produce. For Marx, he stands up and says, I rest my case. This system sucks.
There are two primary ways that capitalists steal from their workers. Absolute labor exploitation occurs when an employee is forced to work mandatory overtime on a fixed salary, allowing the company to take advantage of the capping your pay by demanding more and more. Relative labor exploitation, from a Marxist perspective, involves the intensification of labor and increased productivity without a corresponding increase in compensation. This situation arises when workers are pushed to produce more output in the same amount of time, or to increase their efficiency and skill level. Yet they do not receive additional wages or benefits proportional to their increased productivity. This generates surplus value for the capitalist and widens the gap between the value they extract from labor and the compensation provided to workers. A perfect example of this is in the early stages of computer programming. Writing complex code required significant time and effort. As programmers gained experience and new programming languages were developed, the same tasks became easier and less time-consuming. This allowed programmers to produce more software or accomplish more complex tasks within a given time frame. However, there has been a stagnation regarding not only wages compared to inflation, but also productivity as well. This tells us that with the introduction of computer technology, what used to require a room full of people could now be done by one person with a computer.
You know what he did? He watched me work for 10 minutes and then started to design a simple piece of software that could replace me. Is that even possible? As it turns out, yes.
No. We're throwing out the entire playbook. We're starting from scratch. We're implementing a brand new system.
We're screwed. Are you listening to what he's saying? Retraining, new system, youth. I'm telling you, this kid is the Grim Reaper.
I think I am programmed to be your enemy. I think it is my job to destroy you when it comes to selling paper.
And if they knew how much I was paying for my haircut now, they wouldn't be giving me a nuggie. It was $200.
Hey, I just think you should know that one of my salesmen beat your stupid computer. So take that, ass.
All that productivity condensed down into one individual output with absolutely no adjustment to compensation.
What is the Matrix? Control. The Matrix is a computer-generated dream world built to keep us under control in order to change a human being into this.
No. I don't believe it.
I didn't say it would be easy, Neo. I just said it would be the truth.
Do you see now how companies pulled a fast one on us?
Mr. Bezos, are stolen goods sold on Amazon?
And we wonder why generation after generation it gets harder for individuals to own cars or houses without going into debt. Why more young adults are living with their parents. For over 40 years, we've substituted what should have been increases in wage for overtime and debt. Like a frog unaware of his demise in a pot of heating water. A genocide on the middle class. End-stage capitalism, where the workers can no longer afford to buy the goods and services they are producing. The idea of self-exploitation is a bit controversial. By Marx's definition, exploitation involves taking advantage of someone else's labor for your own benefit. Therefore, someone cannot exploit themselves because self-exploitation does not involve taking advantage of someone else's labor. If it's the system that forces us to be exploited against our will or without our acknowledgement, then by rationalizing you can see this idea of self-exploitation is paradoxical within a capitalist framework. Even in worker cooperatives, worker-owned businesses where the workers are not being exploited internally, they are still involved in external exploitation as consequence of being forced to interact with external capitalist abusers. But this is not self-exploitation by any means. However, it is possible for individuals to engage in behaviors or work practices that harm their own well-being or quality of life, such as working excessively without adequate compensation. Marx did argue that workers under capitalism often internalize the logic of exploitation and participate in their own exploitation by accepting low wages and poor working conditions. He believed that workers often do this because they have no other choice under capitalism and must sell their labor power to survive. Nevertheless, self-exploitation in this sense would not be the same as exploitation in the Marxian sense, because it does not involve the systematic exploitation of workers by capitalists in a capitalist mode of production. By perpetuating unequal power dynamics and controlling resources, systems of top-down authoritarian hierarchies will always ensure the conditions of their own existence, because as these systems expand, those conditions are always going to be considered. Those considerations are only limited by the size and amount of resources at each system's disposal. In other words, the bigger the system, the more it can ensure the conditions of its own existence. Capitalism is by far the most powerful and widespread system that recorded history has ever seen, economic or otherwise. It's no wonder that it hasn't succumbed to its internal contradictions. Every time this house of cards gets ready to fall, the system makes an incremental change to prevent that from happening, essentially gluing the cards together instead of rebuilding the structure out of something more stable. And because the system is so widespread and powerful, those incremental changes are more likely to succeed in avoiding the revolution that comes from destabilizing class conflict. Capitalism produces the contradictions.
We just watched Bernie Sanders' town hall on CEOs versus workers, and I want to give you some startling facts. American Airlines, they say they don't have enough money to pay their workers well, but yet last year they made $1.9 billion of profits. Their CEO, Doug Parker, he got paid $31 million. What happened to you don't have enough money?
Then the tensions.
The union members have prevented people from actually also leaving the plant here.
And then the failed solutions.
From December 2007 to June 2009, the United States suffered an extended economic downturn that came to be known as the Great Recession.
And then the rebels who push for the abolishment of the current system for the next one. This phenomenon has happened throughout history, from slavery to feudalism, and can be tracked as a clear pattern of
predictable irrationality.
Therefore, Marx argued that the only way to truly end exploitation and break this vicious cycle is to abolish capitalism and establish a socialist system in which workers own and control the means of production. The release of Cyberpunk 2077, with its numerous glitches and problems, can be traced directly back to the inefficiencies within the capitalist enterprise. One that prioritizes profits over employee well-being, and that fosters a culture of overwork by placing value on you based on the amount of labor you output. The development process involved the use of crunch periods that forced employees to work long hours, leading to burnout and mental and physical health issues. Such working conditions lead to a reduction in creativity, communication, and innovation, resulting in inefficiencies that culminate in subpar product releases. To address these issues, alternative labor policies, such as a 4-day work week or 6-hour workdays, can be implemented. Microsoft's pilot project in Japan, which involved a 4-day workweek test, resulted in increased employee productivity by 40%, demonstrating the benefits of reduced working hours. Worker cooperatives also offer a potential solution, since democratic decision-making ensures that employees' well-being and interests remain as one of the enterprise's top priorities, leading to a highly productive and efficient workforce. Like any physical structure, a business that reinforces the base of its labor will find stability in the organization as a whole. Therefore, to ensure long-term sustainability, companies should prioritize employee well-being by fostering a culture that encourages creativity, collaboration, communication, innovation, and work-life balance. This approach will undoubtedly lead to the development of better quality products without compromising the health, safety, and well-being of employees. How do you feel about some of these alternative labor arrangements? Do you feel there are any additional ways we can increase productivity and help the workers? Embrace the forbidden and liberate your mind. Join our brand new forum and website where we delve into controversial topics from zero-point energy to anti-gravitics and plasmoid technology. With a Marxian analysis, I weave these suppressed secrets into the bigger picture, empowering you to break free from society's chains of suppression. Explore the depths of forbidden knowledge and unlock the true potential of your consciousness. Dare to challenge the limits of conventional wisdom here on Beneficence TV. For hundreds, if not thousands of years, the Akashic Record has been a mystery that many cultures around the world have participated in solving. The earliest known references to the concept of an Akashic Record can be traced back to Hindu and Buddhist teachings, which date as far back as 1500 BCE. The term Akashic Records comes from the Sanskrit word akasha, meaning ether or atmosphere. In Hinduism and Buddhism, it refers to a cosmic or universal consciousness. The concept of a cosmic library or record-keeping system has also been present in ancient Egyptian and Greek philosophy. The Akashic Records are a concept that suggests everything that has ever happened or will happen is stored in an ethereal library. In Egyptian culture, there are symbols that represent important ideas and concepts, such as the Eye of Horus or the Ankh. The Akashic Records can be depicted as a library or book, while the Eye of Horus or the Ankh can be included to represent Egyptian culture. When combined, these symbols can represent the idea of a connection between Egyptian culture and the Akashic Records. Does the key to unlocking the mysteries of the Akashic Records lie within the enigmatic symbols and stories of ancient Egyptian civilization, waiting to be deciphered by those who seek to understand the secrets of the universe?
Go on. There's an infinite number of dimensions, and I was born with the ability to access all of them.
You must have been a fun kid to babysit.
Some differ from ours in the smallest way. Others couldn't be more different.
This cosmic memory, or universal consciousness, that contains all knowledge and information has been present in various forms and cultures throughout history, including ancient Egyptian and Greek philosophy. Despite its long history, the Akashic Records continue to intrigue and fascinate people today, with many spiritual and metaphysical practitioners exploring the concept in depth in order to gain a deeper understanding of consciousness and the universe. But what if this cosmic consciousness was an energy that permeates all of existence linearly, the highest form of energy in the universe? What Marco Rodin described in his visions, zero-point energy. It exists in every possible parallel universe.
Although completely invisible to the naked eye, a virtual universe of electromagnetic waves permeates our entire world.
However, according to Roger Penrose, these universes are not infinite. Though they do potentially contain a multitude of different forms of knowledge and wisdom.
What's important is that each dimension has something unique and valuable. Shakespeare's we've never read. Technologies beyond our understanding. New ways of thinking. Philosophies of peace. All our problems, famine, war, climate change, cancer, have been solved somewhere else.
The concept of a universal encyclopedia isn't just one for mystics and philosophers. Scientists and innovators alike have claimed to only make their groundbreaking discoveries through visions, moments of intense focus and clarity, where these visionaries claim to actually be receiving data rather than creating it. This energy, since it exists in every universe simultaneously, and since time is a construct that we create and is not actually happening linearly, can contain a multitude of knowledge. From Tesla to Einstein, many visionaries and innovators have utilized this universal encyclopedia. Both Nikola Tesla and Albert Einstein were known for their periods of deep contemplation and thought. According to various reports, Tesla would often retreat to a solitary room in his laboratory, where he would spend hours or even days thinking and working out complex problems. Einstein, on the other hand, was known to take long walks in nature and meditate on the mysteries of the universe. He believed that his best ideas came to him during these periods of quiet introspection and contemplation. Both men valued the power of focused thought and believed that it was essential for unlocking new breakthroughs and discoveries. One could theorize that Tesla and Einstein were engaging in forms of meditation, even if they didn't necessarily label it as such. Meditation is a broad term that can describe any practice that helps to focus and calm the mind, including sitting quietly, breathing exercises, visualization, and more. Both Tesla and Einstein were known for their ability to concentrate deeply on their work and to enter a state of flow where they were completely absorbed in what they were doing. This type of focused attention is similar to what one might experience during meditation, where the mind is trained to quiet distractions and focus on a single point of attention. Additionally, the act of spending time alone, away from the distractions of the outside world, is another common component of meditation, and both Tesla and Einstein took time to retreat and focus their minds in this way. Perhaps meditation is allowing us to pull the veils of reality from our eyes, pulling back the curtains on the world stage. It's been known that psychedelic experiences induce higher states of consciousness. This has been proven by the fact that brain scans done on those under the influence of psychotropics reveal almost no brain activity. If one were to predict what is going to happen during a psychedelic experience from the viewpoint of mainstream science, which states that consciousness is local and all centered in the brain, then this revelation would shatter your world. This tells us that these experiences of higher states of awareness are not happening locally within the brain. They are not creations or hallucinations. Our brain censors our reality in order to focus us into a state of survival. We think linearly, even though time is just a construct and proven to be happening all at once. The superposition of our lives, superimposed onto a cosmic conscious energy that flows through everything. This energy creates an encyclopedia that, when accessed, can lead to significant insights and breakthroughs. So what if we could access this encyclopedia? What if we could answer, solve, overcome, analyze, strategize, and resolve any problem the human race can or will ever experience? I look back at Siddhartha Buddha, the enlightened one, and can't help but wonder, could this be what Buddha was actually doing when attaining enlightenment? Full access to the cosmic memory, giving unfettered access to an infinite wisdom. It is possible that the Buddha or other advanced practitioners could have developed a deep intuitive access to the Akashic record through their meditation practice, leading to the insights that are associated with enlightenment. There is only one way to find out. According to science, it only takes 2% of a system to adhere to coherence. The phenomenon is called the threshold effect. It is a concept in physics that refers to a critical point where a drastic change occurs in the behavior of a system. In certain systems, such as liquid helium, it has been observed that when the temperature is lowered, the behavior of the system changes dramatically, and it becomes a superfluid. In the case of liquid helium, the threshold effect occurs when the temperature drops below a critical point known as the lambda point. At this point, approximately 2% of the helium atoms undergo a phase transition and become coherent, meaning they all behave in the same way. This coherence then spreads throughout the entire system, resulting in the unusual properties of a superfluid. So, while it is true that only 2% of the system undergoes the phase transition, the coherence ultimately spreads throughout the entire system, resulting in a superfluid. Now imagine if we could translate this effect into the collective consciousness, that is the human race. As above, so below.
He's beginning to believe.
Imagine if we get 2% of a city to meditate and focus on a single collective thought to access this encyclopedia. This isn't just a thought experiment here. I'm asking you all to actually try this with me.
I did not see that coming. 'Cause you're the clone.
For more videos on consciousness, zero-point energy, and other forms of forbidden knowledge, like and subscribe to my YouTube and TikTok channels. What are you waiting for? Take the red pill and arm yourself with forbidden knowledge. Subscribe today. Remember, if you like my content, please consider subscribing and hitting the like button on my videos. Comments and any form of engagement dramatically help us break through the YouTube algorithm. I also have a website with research on the Thunderstorm engine, plasmoid technology, and do-it-yourself guides for Malcolm Bendel's retrofit, courtesy of Jordan from Alchemical Science and the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project. Check out my store for exclusive merchandise along with our forum, where you can post questions, share videos, and join in the community to help destigmatize all forms of forbidden knowledge. Don't forget to check out Jordan's channel Alchemical Science and Bob Greenier from the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project YouTube channel. They're on the cutting edge of cold fusion technology. More updates on that coming soon. Stay tuned for a new episode of The Social Situation, where I take you on a deep dive into the corrupt world of American politics. Have you ever wondered why American politics is so funny?
2016 has escalated into laughs, from awkward air kissing to sniffing. The Donald's not allergic to kids. He actually signed one, but threatened to reassign a crying baby.
Don't worry about that baby, I love babies.
A minute later...
Actually, I was only kidding. You can get the baby out of here. What's your name?
Name. And then there was the childlike delight in balloons.
It seemed like he'd seen balloons for the first time in his life.
Why this dichotomy of left and right often plays out as nonsense.
Nevada.
At one rally...
Hey, get this thing out of here, will you?
Trump attacked his teleprompter. He publicly humiliated...
Like this stupid mic.
His microphone.
Stupid mic keeps popping.
Remember when Hillary barked into her mic? Ow, 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 ow. And then this happened at a Trump rally.
This is something you shouldn't do. What was that? Is that a dog? Uh-oh. It's Hillary.
Nonsense with little to no impact on the material conditions of everyday working people.
That's a good question. And I ask myself that too. Why can't I be rich? You look at me, I'm dirty. I work 10, 12 hours a day. I'm gonna take care of my family. At the end of the week, I'm broke.
Have you ever wondered why characters like Donald Trump and other celebrities have become increasingly more attractive compared to career politicians?
And on that ballot will be their names and mine.
As you probably could have guessed by this moment, I have decided in 2020 to run for president.
Get ready to take a deep dive into the corrupt world of politics as we use a Marxist lens to analyze the two political parties and their dialectical effects on the material conditions of the working class.
People don't even realize that we're at war right now. We're in a social war, a spiritual war, an economical war. We're supposed to be working together. You know, this is the United States of America.
Why do we have it in our brains that they're the only two choices? Because they've made us think that way, and the media makes you think that way because they don't cover anybody else.
Here on The Social Situation.
you for your question, but I have to say we're capitalists.
So let me start. A very famous and very effective political leader once responded to his fellow members of his movement who had complained that the mass of people that they were trying to organize was hard to organize, and people complained and were unhappy, but they didn't do anything, and decade after decade went by. And so he responded to them and he said, you know, it's true. For decades, nothing happens. And then in a few weeks, decades happen. I think we're in a few weeks.
Welcome back to The Social Situation. I'm your host, The Benefactor. Today I'd like to take a deep dive into our corrupt political system. I'll show you a direct link between the lack of proper representation for working-class taxpayers versus the overwhelming representation for the minority business owner class, leading to a stagnation in progress amongst legislation that directly translates into deteriorating living conditions and a dwindling of the middle class. To do this, we must first apply the dialectical analysis on material. If you've watched my previous episodes, I explained the dialectical analysis and how it is a scientific lens which you can use as a tool to analyze and understand aspects of the world. To summarize, in classical philosophy, idealism is the process of analyzing ideas in order to understand the world. It states that to understand the world, you must first understand the ideas that come from it.
Marx was a philosopher. He comes out of a school of thought that believed that ideas were the supreme achievement of human beings. And so the world is really shaped by something prior to the world, namely ideas. So the notion is, sometimes called idealism, that the real world is the product of ideas. And if you want to really understand the real world, go to the ideas that make it what it is. Marx rejected that. For him, the material is just as important as the ideal.
In Marxian philosophy, Marx took this one step further. He said that to understand the world, you have to understand the ideas, yes, but you must also understand the material world and the interactions between the two, or the back and forth between ideas and material. Not just how ideas shape our material reality, but also how our material reality shapes our ideas.
If you want to see where the material comes from, it's shaped by ideas. But, and here comes his radicalism, it runs the other way too. The ideas don't come from nowhere. They come out of the real world. The ideas we have as people have to do with the real material problems we have as human beings and how we solve them. Where do we get our food? Where do we get our shelter? How do we get protection as little children from the elements, from our parents? All of these real material matters of life and survival are shaping our ideas every bit as much as our ideas shape the reality. Dialectical materialism is the name for a point of view that says if you want to understand the world, you need to look at how ideas shape the material, but the other way too, and the two have interact. That's the way to see the world. And for that reason, when it came to explaining the problems of capitalism, he never could and never did suggest it's all because of the ideas of people about capitalism. It's the real way human beings make their food, solve their clothing problems, their relationship problems that shape their ideas as much. And he was going to analyze capitalism through that lens of the interaction of ideas and concrete material reality back and forth.
Marx uses this scientific lens to objectively understand complex systems by analyzing the interactions between two opposing forces and observing the created changes over time. With this dialectical lens, you can break down and better understand more complex systems, from political economy all the way to science and technology. Before we begin to break down and analyze the political oligarchy within the United States, I must first go over the basics of Marx's labor theory of value and how it relates to exploitation. This exploitation is understood by examining the different kinds of value, such as the surplus value every worker generates with their labor input. Cracking the economic code with the labor theory of value. The labor theory of value concept proposed by Karl Marx suggests that the value of a commodity is determined by the socially necessary labor time required to produce it. According to this theory, the more labor that goes into producing a commodity, the more value it holds. To fully understand this theory, it's important to distinguish between two key concepts: embodied labor and living labor. Embodied labor refers to the past labor that is congealed or embedded in a commodity. It represents the cumulative labor that has gone into the production process, including the raw materials, tools, and machinery used, as well as the labor required to create and maintain them. Think of the hammer needed for the laborer to make that chair. This concept acknowledges that commodities are not solely the product of immediate or living labor, but also encompass the labor that is stored and preserved in them. Kind of like how potential energy can be stored in a system. Just as potential energy is the stored energy that can be converted into kinetic energy to perform work. Embodied labor represents the cumulative labor that has been invested in the various components of a commodity. This labor is transformed into value during the production process when living labor interacts with the inputs of production. In this sense, labor cannot be created nor destroyed. Like particle physics, labor also follows the principles of conservation of energy. Like energy, labor can only be transformed from one form to another, from embodied labor to the value it represents. On the other hand, living labor refers to the labor that is currently performed by workers in the production process. It is the direct exertion of human effort and skill in transforming raw materials and utilizing the means of production to create new commodities. Living labor is the active force that adds new value to the inputs and brings the embodied labor to life. It is through this labor that the final product is shaped and brought to market. Think of yourself, the human employee, as the living labor that utilizes the hammer to make the chair. The labor theory of value highlights the dialectical relationship between embodied labor and living labor. Embodied labor represents the past accumulation of labor, while living labor represents the present labor input that generates value. These two forms of labor can be seen as potential and kinetic energy. Only when potential energy is transformed into kinetic energy will you get any useful work. From an engineering perspective, the value of a commodity is determined by the combination of these two forms of labor. The socially necessary labor time required to produce a commodity takes into account both the embodied labor already invested in the materials and means of production, as well as the living labor added during the current production process. As you can see, this represents a more scientific approach than the utility theory of value, which is a mainstream theory that suggests value is placed subjectively on personal utility. After all, just try measuring how much pleasure or utility ice cream gives you. The answer to that is subjective, compared to asking the question, how much labor was used to make that ice cream? An objective approach at examining the underlying variables, which ultimately leads to a better understanding of prices. When using science to analyze complex systems, you must look at objective variables that can be quantified, not subjective ones left up to personal interpretation. I must emphasize that the labor theory of value is not a theory of prices. It is a theory of value. This theory of value does not operate on the premise of predicting or determining market prices directly. Instead, it provides a framework for understanding the underlying source of value in commodities. Prices in a capitalist economy are influenced by various factors, such as supply and demand, market competition, and subjective valuation. However, the labor theory of value offers insights into the social relations and exploitative nature of capitalist production. It is not used to determine prices, but to resolve paradoxes of traditional economic theories such as the utility theory of value. In the utility theory of value, the value of a commodity is based on the amount of utility that commodity has to the individual. In this utility theory, a paradox arises when considering water as one of the most useful resources on the planet for life and its relatively low market value. In contrast, a diamond has limited utility compared to their high market value. This is the water-diamond paradox, and when analyzing things through a Marxist lens, you can successfully resolve this contradiction. Because if prices are governed more by utility, rather than labor, then water would clearly have more market value than diamonds. By simply quantifying the amount of labor that has been input into a commodity, you can begin to see how labor directly correlates with value. which can then be used to analyze the more complex idea of price. Price represents the amount of money a commodity can be exchanged for in the market, while value refers to the socially necessary labor time required to produce that commodity, meaning that the value of a product is determined by the amount of labor put into making it, regardless of its market price. But that value can be useful in determining that price. Like a fractal, where one part represents the whole, so does labor, value, and price. By considering these concepts of embodied and living labor, we can grasp the dynamic interplay between the past accumulation of labor and the present labor input. In this context, my theories of incorporating the concept as above so below into the social sciences suggests that there might be a similar underlying pattern or relationship between labor, value, and price at various levels.
Therefore, all of creation, from galaxies to planets to elements, all resonate in unison with a collective chord referred to by our ancestors as above so below. This principle embodies the truth that there is always a correspondence between the laws and phenomena of the various planes of being and life.
By exploring this analogy further, there might be common principles or dynamics to consider that operate at both the macro and micro levels within capitalist systems. This understanding allows for a more comprehensive analysis of the value-forming process and the exploitation of labor within capitalist systems. Just as a fractal pattern repeats itself across different scales, the interaction between labor, value, and price could potentially manifest in similar ways across different levels of socio-economic organization. A side note here is that Marx's labor theory of value is not original. He based his theory of value off of classical economists like Adam Smith and David Ricardo, who were using it to defend capitalism. However, Marx extended and modified their theories in significant ways. Smith and Ricardo believed that the value of an item was determined by the amount of labor put into making it. Marx expanded on this idea by emphasizing the importance of the average amount of time society deems necessary for producing something. Think of baking a cake. If a cake takes an average of 1 hour to bake, the labor time necessary to produce that cake is 1 hour. According to Marx's labor theory of value, the value of the cake would be based on that average time. Now, let's say someone invents a new baking technique that cuts the baking time in half. The socially necessary labor time for producing a cake would now be reduced to 30 minutes. As a result, the value of cakes produced using this new technique would be determined based on this reduced labor time. Marx also introduced the concept of surplus value. Surplus value is the difference between the value of the goods or services produced by the workers and the wages they receive.
To make money, to come away with more than they threw in. There's no magic here. They haven't overcome the laws of thermodynamics. They understand that you don't get out more than you put in. Well, what happened? Well, they're not getting out more than they're putting in. What they're getting out is what they put in, the raw materials, the workers, the technology, and they get out what those things can produce. But what they can produce is more than what they give to their employees as their income. And that more, which they like to call profit, is why they're in business. They want to get that more from this situation, which they do. And that's why they're the employer. That's why they're in the position of deciding when it's profitable to hire someone and when it isn't. That's why capitalism basically holds all of us that are employees hostage. The boss is always in the following relationship to the worker. If you're the boss, you want to get more out of the worker and give him less. And the worker very quickly understands that the name of the game for him or her is to get as much out of you as possible and spend the maximum amount of time imaginable in the bathroom. Smoking cigarettes.
This means that workers produce more value than they are paid in wages, and capitalists benefit from this extra value. Marx argued that this creates a conflict between the working class and the capitalists in a capitalist system. That worker is using his labor to increase the value of a commodity by utilizing the hammer to build the chair. The chair can then be sold by the capitalist for more than the cost to make it. The capitalist strives to increase the difference between labor input and the amount of compensation for making the chair. This is called maximizing profits, and it always comes at the expense of the people who are the ones generating the surplus value.
This is called a fundamental opposition of interests. It is a bizarre way of organizing production by putting people who don't trust and hate and struggle against each other. And you know what it does? It produces lots of grotesque inefficiency. You know what the word sabotage comes from? It's a French word. Sabot is a wooden shoe in French. And if a worker was angry at the boss, which he usually is, what he would do is take the sabot and stick it in the machine, messing it up. And that's called sabotage. That's why you have that word. Okay? Workers are always doing that kind of thing because they're angry. Bosses know that. In fact, bosses usually assume you're angry at them, even if you are. And then they spend a lot of money hiring people like my wife as a psychotherapist to come up with what kind of music to pipe into the workplace to distract you from the anger they think you feel.
By reaching 75% refinement on Sienna, you have earned for you and your fellow refiners a 5-minute music dance experience. Heli, please approach the MDE cart. You may choose one genre and one accessory. The maraca.
The workers generate the surplus value while the capitalist exploits their labor and doesn't actually generate value themselves, reminding us that within every capitalist business is a king or queen. Ironic that we spent so much energy trying to escape feudalism only to install kings within miniature kingdoms, techno-feudalistic platforms where the CEO is commander-in-chief of their own personal sovereign corporal country.
It's America, brother. We don't do kings.
Oh, we do. We do. Just call them something else.
What we're recommending is finding significant efficiencies by laying off the people at the bottom of the company and paying more to the people at the top.
Hey, that's me. Yes. With the money signs?
Yes.
It's me at the top. Okay.
Marx's labor theory of value was not about determining prices. It was part of his larger analysis of capitalism. He used the theory to criticize capitalism by highlighting contradictions that inherently generate inequality and lead to periodic economic crises. Due to the exploitation of workers from capitalists that extract more value than they pay in wages, Smith and Ricardo focused more on efficient markets and the factors that determine value in capitalism. Marx's theory expanded upon the ideas of Smith and Ricardo, providing a critical perspective on capitalist exploitation and the inherent contradictions of the system. He emphasized the concept of surplus value, which highlighted how workers are often paid less than the value they create, leading to their exploitation. In addition to his scientific analysis of capitalism, Marx also called for a revolutionary change in the economic system to address these issues. His ideas aimed to challenge the existing order and create a more equitable society. Unfortunately, his revolutionary ideas often get conflated with his objective analysis of capitalism, which is simply analyzing these areas of concern, rather than taking a stance on what should be done about these concerns. Because Karl Marx died before he could finish his work, he emphasized the importance of advocating for workers' rights, but did not provide an exhaustive blueprint for the exact economic structure necessary for transition. However, through his theoretical framework of Marxism, he laid the foundations for a society based on what he called communism, or a cooperative community-based society. This challenged the existing order of capitalism, which exists as an individualist, competition-based society. I'm going to break down some of the terms we use in this show to give you a better foundation of knowledge and understanding of Marxism going forward.
Socialism is the scare word they have hurled at every advance the people have made in the last 20 years. Socialism is what they call the growth of free and independent labor organizations. Socialism is their name for almost anything that helps all the people.
Most socialists begin with a critique of inequality and the premise that this is not just an accident, but something that is essential to the nature of capitalism. And if you want to create more justice, more equality, you're going to have to fundamentally change the system in some way.
The problem is that we all too often have socialism for the rich and rugged free enterprise capitalism for the poor.
I think about socialism as the vast majority of people who work for a living in a given society, ultimately making decisions about the direction of that society.
We believe in democracy. I mean, the problem with the word socialism is that very often it's been equated with what happens in the Soviet Union, which is authoritarianism and totalitarianism.
The major socialist experiments for me have been failures, but I would argue that the major examples of capitalist civilizations have been failures too, especially for poor people, especially for black people, indigenous people, and others.
Marx differentiated between communism and socialism in this way. In order to get beyond the current capitalist system, he envisioned the concept of a transitional stage known as socialism, which he believed would lead to a communist society or a society without any internal contradictions or class struggles. Socialism differs from a communist society, which is the theoretical utopia that socialist transition leads to. The etymology of the word communism comes from the Latin word communis, which translates to common or shared, and is commonly rooted in the word community. This is why we have many different versions of socialism that often differ quite a bit. It is why you cannot simply lump socialism into one large general category. To do this misunderstands the very birth and evolution of socialism, as there are many different theories on how to proceed with the transition into a theoretical scientific utopia. Socialism is what we call an umbrella term. It encompasses a wide array of ideologies, movements, and practices that all aim to achieve a more equitable and just society.
All the taming and civilizing of capitalism that we've seen through welfare states, things like the minimum wage, like free education, all of this has come from movements inspired by the socialist vision.
These different versions of socialism can range from democratic socialism, which advocates for social ownership of key industries and a strong welfare state.
To me, democratic socialism is the value that in a modern, moral, and wealthy society, no person in America should be too poor to live.
To libertarian socialism, which rejects a centralized state and emphasizes direct democracy and workers' control of production. For those who are wondering my political ideology, this is what I am. I'm a libertarian socialist. The theoretical utopia of communism has three basic requirements in order to fulfill its purpose as a self-sustaining society without any internal contradictions. A true communist society needs to have no class system. It would have no monetary system, and finally, it would have no need for a state. So, it would be a stateless society. These three principles were intended to ensure a society in which economic resources are shared equitably, social classes are abolished, and individuals are able to live harmoniously without the need for a central authority. Imagine waking up in a Star Trek-type utopia, where all your basic medical, education, shelter, and food needs are taken care of, where you are truly free to explore the area of contribution to society that aligns with your passions, interests, and abilities without any limitations imposed by social classes, monetary constraints, or the presence of a governing state. A communist society is the theoretical framework for a utopia. Just like socialism, communism is an umbrella term, and a communist society often gets confused with a communist state, which is a state controlled by a communist party. Since the communist state still operates under a capitalist-dominated system, it often strays far from the original principles laid out by Karl Marx. Instead, authoritarian regimes have historically used socialism as a way to amass excessive control and power for the government, deviating from the intended goals of promoting equality and eliminating social classes. It's important to understand that these distortions of socialism have led to misunderstandings about its true nature and diverted from its original principle.
Socialism is death, it's despair, it's starvation.
It's like those zombies in those horror movies. It's coming back.
For example, in my opinion, USSR socialism was a farce to justify overreaching state power. They may have started out as a worker revolution, but in reality, the immense power obtained by capturing the state needed to ensure the conditions of its own existence. By eliminating the original Marxist goal of giving the workers ownership to the means of production, this ensured the totalitarian power of the new communist state. However, the planned government of the USSR enabled it to industrialize while the rest of the capitalist world was plunged in a Great Depression, a successful model of a planned economy that often gets forgotten about.
Where they are, it's because of ambitious government programs. That's why Cuba, an avowedly socialist country under a decades-long embargo, has a lower rate of infant mortality, a higher life expectancy, and a higher rate of literacy than the much wealthier United States. And that's also why the countries with the lowest poverty are places like Denmark and Finland. It's no mystery. No advanced economy has ever achieved low poverty rates without high levels of government social spending. And the fact is, capitalists have always fought against those policies, against progressive taxation, against minimum wages, against social welfare programs, against union bargaining. Poverty has been reduced not by capitalism, but in spite of and against capitalists' opposition.
There's a man. Works in a factory. One day the boss gets it in his mind that this man is stealing from him. So, every night at the gate, the guard searches wheelbarrow. But they never find anything.
Pat him down.
Oh, they do that. Strip him naked. Nothing.
So he's not stealing.
Of course he is.
Wheelbarrows.
Thank you. That's right. He's stealing wheelbarrows.
What?
My point is, sometimes the answer is so obvious, you can't see it because you're looking too hard. See, we can't leave because we're the future. They're the past. The past can no more become the future than the future can become the past.
Okay.
Regardless of its atrocities and human rights abuses, to say that we can't learn anything at all from this model is arrogant. After all, they succeeded where capitalism failed, in terms of rapid industrialization and providing basic necessities to a large population. That has to be analyzed objectively in order to reverse engineer why it happened and how we can adapt and apply certain aspects of it to other models, while ensuring the protection of individual liberties and human rights to avoid those atrocities that occurred due to excessive government power.
One of the biggest mistakes that people make in America, when you talk about American socialism, is to imagine that you've got to recreate something that happened in another country. Of course, American socialism will be distinct. It will have its own characteristics.
Going back to Marx's labor theory of value, we can now see how it is intricately tied to his larger analysis of capitalism and its contradictions. He used the theory to expose the exploitative nature of the capitalist system, claiming that it inherently generates inequality and leads to periodic crises. The three main problems with capitalism are as follows. It is unstable. Everywhere capitalism has existed at any point in history, approximately every 4 to 7 years, capitalism has a crash. This translates into lost jobs and lost lives. Capitalism also is inherently undemocratic, and it leads to enormous wealth inequality. While Marx's labor theory of value builds upon the theories of Smith and Ricardo, it diverges by incorporating concepts of socially necessary labor time, surplus value, and a deeper critique of capitalism's exploitative nature. Now that we have a working understanding of the labor theory of value and the dialectical analysis, we can begin to apply this lens to help us understand whatever we want. In order to analyze the American political duopoly using Marxism, you must first identify where the inherent exploitation in this class system comes from. Within any class system of struggle, there are always two major classes, a minority with all the control and a majority with little to no control, producing the antithesis to democracy. For American politics, there are two major political parties, so we focus on those. The Republican Party, which is conservative in its ideology, generally represents, in theory and in practice, private business owners. Now, the Democratic Party, as far as the 21st century is concerned, is supposed to represent a collectivist left-wing ideology in theory, but in practice, they have had pressures from the way we have changed the hiring process for American representatives. These pressures from lobbyists and campaign contributions have pushed the Democratic Party further to the right, severely limiting the window of legitimate discussion in politics. You can clearly see this right-wing shift play out in my video that exposes the political career of Nancy Pelosi, which you can watch here. Since the Clinton era, topics such as universal health care, which are common-sense solutions in other modern industrialized nations, have been considered taboo in the mainstream. That is by design. We must remember that our representatives are supposed to work for the people, not big corporations. Representatives represent the classes, but aren't necessarily in the classes themselves. These two facts aren't mutually exclusive, as the Democratic Party may have the potential to have a publicly funded candidate like Bernie Sanders. And the Republican Party also has that potential. The people agree to pay for the representative's salary through taxes. But this isn't necessarily exploitative, because the people are the majority and are hiring to delegate managerial ownership duties of the country to a surrogate, who is supposed to have their loyalty and favor. This delegates the power of the majority of the people into the hands of a few representatives, or what we call a representative democracy. Imagine the workers in an enterprise hiring their own managers who are supposed to make decisions based on their better interests. Now imagine those minority of representatives representing themselves instead of the majority. You can begin to apply the Marxist critique when looking at this fucked up class conflict. The group that is normally considered to be the exploited, the employees, which are represented as our elected officials in context, end up being the ones to exploit labor in the form of taxes. If you can imagine our politicians' labor input in the labor theory of value as representation, they input their living labor combined with embodied labor, which can be seen as previous established laws and precedent. When combined, these two forms of labor will create the surplus value, which are laws passed. You can also see where this exploitation specifically happens. When the representative or corporate class doesn't adhere to the majority will of their constituents on either side of the political spectrum, this is labor exploitation in reverse. And when this lack of proper representation, or as I call it, fair representation happens, we are basically paying these senators to not do their jobs. The contradiction within a political system of classes becomes apparent only when said representation is fixed and not accurately reflecting the popular opinion on a complete ideological spectrum. Being largely limited to two political parties isn't itself when the contradiction occurs. It happens when one of these parties of representatives severely limits the scope of popular opinion. Shrinking this Overton window of acceptable politics creates class conflict in the sense that one class, the corporate voter class, or those monopolies and oligopolies that participate in the American voting system. The corporate voter class can be comprised of both Democrat and Republican representation, but still considered a minority in the context of an entire population. This corporate voter class has a direct conflicting agenda with the worker voter class. This conflict can be thought of similarly in the context of worker rights versus corporate austerity that sees in Marx's analysis on capitalism. Analyzing the voting class struggles of America specifically points out these inherent contradictions and shows how they play out through advocating for policies that may benefit either class. One class is constantly struggling to maintain policies that restrict worker rights to maximize surplus value and minimize wage. The other constantly voting to enact policies that do the opposite. This inherent contradiction of exploiting the people is a direct result of legalized bribery, or what Washington calls lobbying, and campaign contributions. The contradiction is what leads to bizarre politics, where you have two sides often shadow boxing each other, yet get nothing done. This is why the Democrats and Republicans may argue on social issues, but largely agree or are only marginally different on economic issues.
And the system totters as it encounters a very old contradiction in its current form for which they have no solution. And right now, they don't see a way out, and I don't either, which makes it possible, for the first time in my life, to begin to see a capitalism that is in fundamental shaking difficulty. And if I were to explain to someone why you get bizarre politics, unlike what we've had for a century, it's because of this. And here in the United States, you see the kind of theatrical buffoonery, but there's more to it. Why is Trump such a character in the Republican? Why is that party literally tearing itself apart? Because it can't cope. And even the Democratic Party, suddenly confronted with a socialist who isn't marginalized simply because he gives himself the name socialist. In fact, it makes him attractive.
This leads to the two parties pretending to fight each other while dancing around the edges of real economic solutions, often stifling popular opinion on real solutions that would be practical for the majority, such as universal health care. Because the role of popular opinion directly contradicts the corporate agenda lobbied for by the minority franchise class, most people recognize our politicians are corrupt, but to understand we must also ask why. This is the reason for that political theater. It's not surprising. We pretend to have democracy, but lack it economically. Inevitably, those with the wealth and power will use the system to work for themselves. It is why we have characters in politics that often talk in circles, sleaze their way out of answering questions directly, and overall attract psychopathic and pathological liars, paving the way for other con men like Donald Trump to step in and take advantage of the chaos with false promises and more platitudes. Combine this with a serious media apparatus run by said corporate voter class, and you have yourself a serious problem in the political process. One political party constantly represents individualism and pushing for lack of government intervention, and the other party takes one step to the left and says we will do something marginally different but nothing radical. Fair representation would assume the majority is entirely heard, radical or not. Closing these popular issues out of the process of democratic discourse within Congress restricts the legitimate window of appropriate discussion and alienates the worker voter class from the inevitable false compromise result in policy. Americans whom overwhelmingly support a single-payer healthcare system based on polling aren't hearing this discussion as legitimate within the discourse of our legislative process, which alienates them from their government and their government from them. Yanis Varoufakis is a renowned Marxist economist and former Minister of Economics in Greece. Known for his expertise in economics, he was hired by Valve, a prominent video game company, to oversee and explore the concept of virtual economies. Varoufakis's role at Valve involved managing the intricate economic systems within games, ensuring a balanced and engaging experience for players. This unique collaboration between a leading Marxian economist and a gaming company highlighted Varoufakis's versatile abilities and the recognition of his expertise beyond traditional economic realms. This led to the development of Team Fortress 2's virtual economy, which allowed players to trade and exchange in-game items, such as hats and weapons, using the game's own currency. The virtual economy gained significant popularity, and players could buy, sell, and trade these virtual items, creating a self-sustaining market within the game, all using the ideas from a Marxist. Yanis is also a prominent advocate for economic democracy. He believes in empowering workers and citizens to have a greater say in economic decision-making and challenging the concentration of power in the hands of the state and elite. Yanis teaches economics without capitalism and exposes the truth of how we can have markets without the need for capitalism.
I want to begin with a distinction that I already made, and I want to make once more. Capitalism is not markets. Societies always had markets. The Phoenicians had markets, the ancient Greeks had markets. They were not capitalist societies. They were societies with markets. Something happened towards the end of the Middle Ages. There was no labor market. Either you worked for some baron okay? And if you oppose that social arrangement, your head was removed from your shoulders, okay? Or you never worked because you were the baron. There was no labor market. So the creation of labor markets, of real estate markets, of capital markets, is a very recent phenomenon, and that's capitalism.
And perhaps that's a key point to drive home. Slavery had markets. There's nothing unique about capitalism and markets. You remember American slavery? They bought and sold slaves. That's a market. They bought and sold cotton. That's a market. They bought and sold fill in the blank. So markets existed in slave society. Ditto in much of feudalism. Not always. Some parts of feudalism solved the coordination problem in different ways, not market ways. But markets coexist. So capitalism is not the system of markets because those long predate capitalism. Well, then what is capitalism? I would argue Marx, whose contribution strikes me as pivotal here, had a pretty clear definition that there are different ways human beings have organized the production of goods and services. That's different from how they circulate. Markets are about exchange and circulation, but Marx's focus was on production. So here's three basic ways in modern history. Slaves is one way. You have a master and a slave. Masters is a small group, slaves is a large group. Slaves do most of the work. Masters tell them what to do. Masters become rich and powerful. Slaves yearn for a better system. Then we have feudalism. How interesting. Different. No slavery. Nobody can own anybody. But you have a small group of people again, lords, and a large group of people who do all the work, serfs. And one interesting thing is that the serfs yearn to do better. Now we come to capitalism. It's different. That's what's interesting. How is it different? Nobody is anybody's slave, and nobody has a personal obligation to another person the way a serf and a lord did. Instead, a contract links the two. There's an employer, a small group of people who tend to become rich and powerful, and a mass of employees, a large group of people who don't. Notice the parallel in these three systems. You might have thought, if you were all excited about capitalism, you might have believed the theorists of the capitalist revolution that they were breaking from all of the earlier systems. They were breaking from slavery. They were breaking from feudalism. And in important ways, they did. But there were equally important ways in which they didn't. And one of them was this division of people in production into a small group of people with all the power and wealth, telling all the others, the vast majority, what to do. A modern capitalist corporation is the most undemocratic institution I can imagine. You do what you are told, the majority. And if you don't, you lose your job and you lose your income. That's called compulsion. And that's the arrangement. And if you don't like what your employer tells you to do, well, you're free in capitalism and you can go and work for another one. Whoa, what an interesting system. Where does all this conversation about freedom come from, or democracy for that matter? You know, if you really believed in democracy, the workplace is the first place you would have installed it. You know why? Because that's where adults spend most of their lives, working. 5 out of 7 days, the best hours of the day, they're on the job. Make the job democratic if you are believing in democracy. But you don't. You allow the owner or the shareholders or the major shareholders or the board of directors or some mix and match of all of them, a tiny minority, to dictate to everybody else.
Markets without capitalism. My critique of capitalism is that liberal capitalism is not possible. Never was, never will be. It is just an ideology. It has as much to do with reality as Marxist emancipation theory had to do with the Soviet Union. Zero. If we're going to save markets, because you say, I believe in markets. Markets for potatoes. Huh? Have you heard of companies like BlackRock, State Street, Fidelity? Do you know that they own 90% of the corporations that feature in the Standard & Poor's 500 in the United States? From airlines to JP Morgan to Google. We're talking about two guys, it's not girls. Maybe there's a token girl somewhere. They control 90% of capitalism. What is the connection between this and Adam Smith? Zero. As a recent study showed, that where airlines compete that belong to the same mega equity firm, when they compete, prices go up by 5% because they collude. Because the CEOs of all these airlines have to report to the same financier. So, this is the point I'm making, that if you really want markets and you don't want central planning, you better do away with the model of capitalism we have because it is centrally planned. There can be no more centralized system than the one we have. So, what would a world look like where markets breathe in the absence of capitalism? Can I do I have a dream moment, please? Will you allow me?
Every morning, about 30 minutes, no matter if I'm off or not, every day. Just kind of get the wrinkles out, crease the arms, make sure the collar is crisp. I'm a worker owner, so I am an employee, but I'm also an owner.
Imagine a corporation where there's no boss. You enter, you are hired by a committee, a search committee that go together because they wanted an economist, they wanted a graphic designer. So some of them form the committee, they interview 20 people, they hire you. You get one share.
Here, a co-op is it's a collective of people who democratically and collectively own our operating companies. Everybody has a share, everybody has one vote.
And that gives you a vote for everything. You vote for the distribution of the revenues of the firm between research and development, what the basic income should be, and also you vote for bonuses. Not everybody gets the same.
On my previous job, before coming to work for Evergreen, I couldn't see a beginning and end to it. It was just come, do a specific job, and go home. Here, if you do so much work, you could drive up the profit. If you have so much profit at the end of your fiscal year, you get a check. It makes me more excited to work because I'm involved. How are you? Most jobs wouldn't just share the financials with the employee. Here, as you see it from the top to the bottom.
Working in co-ops absolutely changes culture, it changes lives. Because you're sharing profits, you sort of share workload, you share responsibility.
Because if you've banned tradable shares, if you reverse the mistake of the British India Company of 1599, and you have one share, one worker, shareholding together with private commercial banking producing money out of thin air, those two combine to create investment banking. Once you have no tradable shares and you have free banking, investment banks have no purpose anymore.
Right? Unless a car for a car, just trade.
Except that's not really how capitalism works.
A car for a car.
Right, but...
Because what do we do here?
Well, we sell.
People need a car and they come to us.
To buy?
Yeah, well, you said yourself the 2005's in good shape.
Yeah, but boss, Blue Book on that.
So we trade.
6,200. Yeah.
Give a car, get a car. Each has received a gift, use it to serve one another. That's in the Bible, right?
Why must that be paid? I understand keeping a promise. But people always say debt must be paid. said, what if you can't? If you're too poor, or you lose your job, maybe there's a death in the family. Isn't the better thing, the more humane thing, to say that debt should be forgiven? Isn't that who we should be?
As Yanis Varoufakis once said, the state emerged as a mechanism for regulating class conflict. The state acts as a referee of sorts for a game that has two players, a small group of capitalist business owners and a large group of workers who struggle to own. Now imagine this referee being paid off by the one side due to their obvious disadvantage. The workers have strength in numbers, while the capitalists want to maintain their own numbers, profit numbers. One obvious way that capitalists rig the game is with our system for legally bribing politicians via campaign contributions and lobbying influence. The fact that this is even legal to begin with is telling of a larger conspiracy against the working class. Big corporate donations to political campaigns, something that was largely considered corrupt up until judicial hearings such as Buckley versus Valeo and Citizens United. Buckley versus Valeo established that spending money on political campaigns is a form of protected free speech under the First Amendment. This ruling opened the door for increased corporate involvement in campaign financing. The Citizens United ruling in 2010 further expanded this by allowing corporations and unions to spend unlimited amounts of money on independent political expenditures. Until the Reagan administration, stock buybacks were strictly regulated and often considered fraudulent business practice. A stock buyback is an option for a company to buy back its own stock. As a result, this artificially inflates the value of stock on the market, misleading potential investors and shareholders' confidence, creating a misrepresentation of growth. When you analyze the conflicts of interest within the Reagan administration regarding these changes, you can begin to see the dialectical effects of class struggles playing out into enriching the business.
Hey gang, thanks for coming to this month's White House Super Spreader event. I'm gonna keep this tradition going till I'm the last man wheezing. Don't be fooled, people. I won this election fair and square. I don't care what the pundits say, what the papers say, or what the voters say. I'm not giving up. As God is my witness, I will never stop fighting the will of the American people. What has Joe Biden done in 47 years? In just 47 months, I've made this country completely unrecognizable. Look, we've got 200,000 dead, which is way less than I would have predicted back in January when I knew it was coming but didn't say anything.
Mr. President, are you willing to condemn white supremacist groups and tell them to stand down?
How can I say this in the least horrifying way possible? Stand back and stand by. I mean, await my instructions. I mean, ammo's on sale. I mean, our righteous war is now.
Amidst the turmoil and spectacle of Donald Trump's ascent to the presidency, it presents an opportune moment for a Marxian examination of his rise. Blending demagoguery and populist sentiments, Trump tapped into the deep wells of economic inequality, alienation, and the erosion of working-class power. His promise to make America great again resonated with many who felt left behind by a system governed by oligarchs. But here's the punchline. While Trump campaigned as an outsider challenging the establishment, his actions in office revealed a different reality. Rather than disrupting the ruling elites, Trump's presidency perpetuated their dominance. His tax cuts, deregulation, and pro-business agenda turned out to be a scripted performance favoring the wealthy few, widening the chasm between the haves and the have-nots. So as we unpack the Trump phenomenon, remember this. While his antics and bombastic rhetoric grabbed the headlines, the underlying structural issues that prop up the oligarchy remained largely untouched. In the grand theater of American politics, Trump's role may have been headline-worthy, but the system's stagehands continued pulling the strings behind the scenes. In other words, while Trump talked a big game about draining the swamp remained largely unchanged, and the material conditions of the working class continued to disintegrate under his rule. In the twisted tale of Donald Trump's ascent to power, hidden behind his carefully crafted persona lies a web of failed business ventures, questionable ethics, and shady connection. It is within this context that his rise can be seen as a masterful con, reminiscent of fake populism employed by the likes of Hitler and other autocrats. First, let's take a closer look at his checkered history as a businessman. Trump's track record is littered with bankruptcies and failed ventures, revealing a lack of true entrepreneurial prowess. His notorious casinos, for example, crumbled under financial strain, leaving employees without jobs, investors in the dust, and spectators to ponder why such an enterprise faltered, especially considering the House always wins. But it doesn't stop there. Reports of ties to unsavory figures, such as Jeffrey Epstein, raise concerns about potential ethical transgressions and nefarious dealings. While the extent of these connections remains shrouded in mystery, they underscore the blurred lines between big business and Trump's political aspirations. Furthermore, Trump's infamous reputation of not paying his employees highlights his disregard for the working class. Time and again, stories emerge of hard-working individuals left to suffer while Trump walked away unscathed. This callous behavior reveals the true nature of his so-called populism, a convenient facade to exploit the frustrations and dreams of ordinary Americans. Charisma and uncanny ability to read a room created a cult of personality around him. This aura, combined with his populist rhetoric, seduced millions, blinding them to the hidden deals he made behind closed doors with big business. The stagecraft of his political theater successfully manipulated public sentiment, advancing the interests of the elite while masking the true workings of the oligarchy. As we peel back the layers of Trump's rise, it becomes clear that his path to power was paved with deceit and opportunism. The convergence of his unethical business practices, shady connections, and adept manipulation of populist sentiments personify the dark underbelly of the American political oligarchy and the dangers it poses to genuine democratic change. When analyzing the many scams of Donald Trump, patterns become apparent. These patterns are damning evidence as to the intentions and motivations of Trump, transparent insights into his head. With Trump University, the art of the scam was taught right alongside real estate. Students unwittingly enrolled in a masterclass on being fleeced, as false promises and hefty fees left them feeling like the real estate market's biggest losers. This fine example of educational deception showcased Trump's knack for turning golden dreams into fool's gold. Trump University was a clear scam for several reasons. Firstly, it misled students by promising them access to Donald Trump's real estate secrets and courses taught by hand-picked experts, but instead delivered subpar and generic information. Secondly, the institution employed aggressive sales tactics to persuade students to spend large sums of money on expensive mentorship packages, with some individuals paying up to $35,000. Thirdly, despite claiming to have hand-picked instructors, many of the people teaching the courses had no relevant experience or credentials. One of the instructors at Trump University was a former fast food manager with no prior real estate experience. This raised questions about the legitimacy and credibility of the instructors and the quality of education provided by the institution. It further reinforced the notion that Trump University was more interested in making money from its students rather than delivering substantial educational value. Lastly, numerous lawsuits were filed against Trump University, resulting in a $25 million settlement paid by Trump. This exposed the fraudulent nature of the enterprise and further confirmed its status as a scam.
Local 10 investigator Bob Norman is digging into the case of a Trump University fraud victim.
At Trump University, we teach success. It's going to happen to you.
Years before Donald Trump became president of the United States, he was promoting his Trump University, making a lot of promises.
I think the biggest step towards success is going to be sign up at Trump University.
I think he's a snake oil salesman. I think he's a con artist.
Fort Lauderdale attorney Sherry Simpson took the bait, and like thousands of former Trump students and the New York Attorney General's office, she says it was a total fraud.
Trump U wasn't a university, didn't provide any of the information that was promised. It was disgusting. To solicit funds from the elderly, to ask people to utilize credit cards, to not to buy a property, but to pay him for the privilege of learning nothing.
Simpson was one of 6,000 victims who settled with Trump for $25 million. Now she's set to get about $15,000 of the $19,000 she lost back. But she wants to turn down that money so she can sue the sitting president individually.
I want an apology from Donald Trump.
Well, have you ever heard of Donald Trump ever apologizing for anything he's done?
No. No, I think I would be the first.
At Trump University, we teach success. That's what it's all about, success. It's going to happen to you. These are all people that are hand-picked by me. Terrific people, terrific brains, successful. We are going to have the best of the best. We're going to teach you what you need to know. We're going to also make sure, no matter what you do, as I said before, you're going to love it. Because if you don't love it, it's never, ever going to work.
Adding insult to injury, graduates were promised a personal photo opportunity with Trump, but were instead subjected to a classic bait-and-switch tactic, posing with a cardboard cutout of the man himself, one of the oldest cons in the book. Moving on to the next con in the Trump playbook. When it comes to taxes, Trump turns fiscal responsibility into a disappearing act worthy of David Blaine. Mysteriously vanishing income, obscure deductions, and a dance with loopholes render his tax returns more puzzling than a Rubik's Cube. It seems he mastered the art of tax code evasion, leading to a mountain of unpaid civic duty. For instance, it has been widely reported that Trump frequently used various deductions and loopholes to minimize his taxable income, resulting in significantly lower tax payments compared to his wealth. The exact details of his tax returns remain undisclosed, leading to speculation about the extent of his tax avoidance strategies. Furthermore, Trump's refusal to release his tax returns during his presidential campaign broke a long-standing tradition followed by presidential candidates, raising questions about transparency and accountability. These instances collectively point to a pattern of questionable tax practices. Another important aspect to consider is his questionable ethics and alleged connections to organized crime. While Trump likes to project an air of success, his alleged connections to the shadowy realms of organized crime raise some eyebrows higher than his skyscrapers. Though concrete evidence remains elusive, whispers of deals with the wrong partners create a picture of a businessman who doesn't mind breaking the law. Rumor has it that even the most exclusive clubs wouldn't dare compete with the mob connections he allegedly has stashed away. One example involves Trump's former business partner, Felix Sater, who had a criminal past and reported ties to organized crime. Trump collaborated with Sater on several real estate ventures, including the Trump Soho Hotel. Another example is Trump's relationship with Roy Cohn, a lawyer who was known for his connections to mob figures.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the other members of this committee. I have agreed to appear before this committee today because I'm guilty.
It's all true. I killed them both, just like he said I did. But of course, nobody believes it, and nobody ever will, because that's how good we are at making things disappear.
You think money protects you. You think money makes everything go away, and this bubble that you live in where you just click your fingers and you get what you want.
Cohn served as Trump's attorney and mentor for many years. Additionally, Trump has a record of posing as imposters to manipulate property value or public sentiment. There is a well-known incident where Trump used the pseudonym John Barron to contact Forbes magazine in the 1980s, claiming to be Trump's spokesperson. He provided false information about Trump's assets, stating they were worth more than reported, with the intention of boosting his position on the Forbes 400 list.
He's somebody that has a lot of options, and frankly, he gets called by everybody. He gets called by everybody in the book in terms of women.
Throughout his 4 years as President of the United States, Donald Trump's presidency was marked by numerous instances where potential conflicts of interest emerged. From his business empire to foreign entanglements, his actions provoked questions about where his personal financial interests intersected with his duties as the nation's leader. In most of these cases, these personal interests would often trump his duties as a leader, pun intended. To understand these conflicts of interest, we must first expose the corruption of his presidency by breaking down the many questionable actions he took. One notable example is the Trump International Hotel in Washington. After Trump assumed the presidency, the hotel became a subject of controversy due to foreign governments, including Saudi Arabia, choosing to hold events and book rooms at the hotel. Reports stating that lobbyists representing the Saudi government had spent large sums of money at the hotel shortly after Trump's inauguration. It was alleged that the Saudi government was overpaying for rooms, meals, and other expenses, benefiting Trump's business. Critics argued that these bookings directly violate the Emoluments Clause of the U.S. Constitution, which prohibits the president from receiving gifts or payments from foreign governments. President Jimmy Carter was notorious for giving up his peanut farm to prevent this exact scenario from happening. Let's now look at Trump's private club, Mar-a-Lago in Florida. Mar-a-Lago also became a source of concern regarding conflicts of interest. In 2017, the initiation fee for Mar-a-Lago doubled to $200,000, which led to questions about potential access and influence that wealthy individuals or foreign nationals may gain by joining the club and having direct access to the president. After all, how many people can actually afford to spend $200,000 just to get a chance at talking to the president? Throughout Trump's presidency, he continued ownership of the Trump Organization, which raised concerns about even more conflicts of interest. The Trump Organization has various international deals and ventures, and Trump prioritized these personal financial interests over the best interests of the country. The political oligarchy refers to the dominance of the two major parties, the Democrats and Republicans, whom are both bribed by big business and special interests to manipulate the country's political narrative. These parties have a stronghold on political power, often leaving little room for alternative voices and ideologies to thrive. This duopoly's grip on power is evident in the limited representation of third-party candidates in presidential elections. Despite the presence of alternative parties, such as the Green Party or Libertarian Party, they often struggle to garner significant support or media attention, further perpetuating the dominance of the two-party system. The last third-party candidate to win the presidential election and serve as president was Abraham Lincoln. He was elected as the candidate for the Republican Party, which was considered a third party when he won in 1860. Since then, no third-party candidate has won the presidential election. It is important to remember that throughout history, fascist regimes have often used the populism associated with socialism and communism as a means to gain excessive state power. One notable example is the Nazis. Despite labeling themselves as socialists, they targeted and eliminated communists as one of their first actions. In simpler terms, fascists have exploited the appeal of socialist and communist ideas to rally support, but once in power, they swiftly suppress and persecute those very groups. This pattern showcases how fascists manipulate popular sentiments to achieve authoritarian control over the state. Trump's tendency to play on popular policies, such as promoting universal health care when running for office, and then pursuing other interests when elected, align with this fascistic phenomena. During his campaign, Trump made statements indicating that he supported the idea of providing universal health care or ensuring that all Americans would be covered. This kind of populist rhetoric appealed to many voters who were dissatisfied with the complexities and costs of the existing healthcare system. However, once in office, President Trump's policies largely focused on dismantling the ACA rather than expanding coverage or moving towards a universal healthcare system. Despite promises to replace the ACA with a better healthcare plan, the proposed replacement plans put forth by the Trump administration, such as the American Health Care Act and the Better Care Reconciliation Act, did not guarantee coverage for everyone. These plans did not include provisions for universal healthcare coverage. On top of this contradiction, the plans could potentially result in fewer people having access to affordable healthcare, particularly those with pre-existing conditions. While some provisions within the proposed replacement plans aimed to protect individuals with pre-existing conditions, the concern was that the coverage options might not be as comprehensive or affordable as those provided under the ACA. Moreover, without the individual mandate, there were concerns that the plans could disproportionately impact lower-income Americans who might not have access to affordable coverage. In addition to exploiting the populist rhetoric of socialism, fascist regimes, like the Nazis, also relied heavily on the cult of personality. This refers to the worship and glorification of a charismatic leader, such as Adolf Hitler in the case of the Nazi. Hitler skillfully crafted a powerful image and effectively manipulated public perception through propaganda, rallies, and mass media. By presenting himself as the embodiment of the nation and its ideals, he garnered unwavering loyalty and support from the masses. Sound familiar? The cult of personality further enabled the Nazis to consolidate their power and suppress dissent, as any opposition or critique against Hitler was viewed as an attack on the nation itself. This manipulation of public sentiment, combined with their exploitation of socialist rhetoric, allowed the Nazis to establish and maintain an oppressive and authoritarian regime. Using this lens, we can clearly see a dangerous parallel to the cult of personality that is Donald Trump. Exposé on Ron DeSantis. Let's move on to another prominent figure within the Republican Party. Until recently, Ron DeSantis was a rising star within the Republican presidential candidates for 2024. I have left this chapter in because some of this information is still relevant, regardless of the recent developments where Ron dropped out of the race to endorse Trump. However, his ascent to prominence cannot be fully understood without examining the influence of corporate interests and wealthy donors. This connection between power and wealth is a hallmark of the American political oligarchy. DeSantis has received significant financial backing from corporate interests, including major donors from industries such as finance, real estate, and healthcare. These connections provide him with the resources and networks necessary to navigate the political landscape effectively. They also act as legal bribes to incentivize Ron to make ridiculous claims about universal healthcare. Ron believes healthcare isn't a human right. Why, Ron? That's very Christian of you to say, especially in the richest country on the planet, while every other modern industrialized nation has some form of universal coverage. He's paid by the healthcare industry for a reason. They didn't just pay him out of kindness. Profit-driven industries make decisions based on profit. They bribed him because they know they can expect him to shut up about popular ideas that will damage their bottom line. And nothing is more damaging to the profit-driven healthcare industry than universal coverage. Insurance companies add no value to your service. In fact, they act as a mafia-style middleman that get between you and your doctor. The dirty little secret of the healthcare industry is that they maximize profits by denying coverage. This is a dangerous and regressive game to play and denotes a larger sense of dystopian trends. In my opinion, there are certain industries that should not be based on profit. A few of these are healthcare, prisons, and education. This directly translates into the American ideals of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But I digress. A Marxian analysis uncovers the exploitative practices and worker struggles that often remain hidden within the political oligarchy. DeSantis' policies and stance on labor issues reveal a larger narrative of worker suppression and challenges faced by labor movements. DeSantis has been associated with policies that weaken collective bargaining rights and labor protections. For instance, his support for right-to-work legislation limits workers' ability to form strong unions and negotiate for better wages and working conditions. Through a Marxian analysis, we have explored the labor theory of value, how it applies to the political process for creating laws, and exposed the real reason why political corruption happens under capitalism. By examining specific examples, such as the limited representation of third-party candidates, political connection to corporate interests, and stance on labor issues, we reveal the complexities and implications of the episode. This show serves to unmask the power dynamics, exploitative practices, and enduring influences within the American political system, paving the way for critical discourse and the pursuit of a more equitable and democratic future. In this chapter, we explore how capitalism has insidiously dominated the political landscape, not only in America, but also across the globe. As a pattern of predictable irrationality, capitalism's inherent flaws repeat themselves over and over, enabled by its indoctrinated supporters. By examining historical examples, we will uncover how capitalism's stranglehold on the political system repeats itself, stifling genuine democratic expression and consolidating power in the hands of a few elite. To understand American politics, you have to understand the duopoly dilemma. The American political system is entrapped within the confines of a duopoly, where two dominant political parties consistently push out alternative voices that would change the status quo. This unyielding control by the Democrats and Republicans distorts democracy, empowering the moneyed interests and limiting true political diversity. The capitalist class, possessing immense financial resources, skillfully manipulates the political sphere. Through campaign donations, lobbying, and a revolving door between corporations and government, capitalists have created a privileged space for their interests, reinforcing the oligarchy's power and perpetuating a cycle of irrationally predictable inequality. From its inception, capitalism has manifested itself through colonialism and empire building, the exploitation of resources and labor in other nations to serve the interests of dominant capitalist states, mirrors the subjugation of the American political system. By applying the dialectical analysis to history, we can understand these irrational patterns and learn how to recognize them. Marx called this historical materialism. The globalization of capitalism further reinforces its grip on politics. Neoliberal policies, promoted by capitalist-dominated international institutions, espouse free trade and deregulation. Such policies often weaken national sovereignty, allowing corporate interests to transcend borders and infiltrate political systems worldwide, sowing the seeds of an oligarchy in multiple democracies. Capitalism's inherent nature leads to the concentration of wealth in the hands of a select few. This accumulation of economic power directly translates into substantial political influence, allowing the capitalist elite to shape policies and laws that primarily benefit them, perpetuating the oligarchical structure and further widening the wealth gap. When you have 5 individuals who own more wealth than the bottom half of the entire planet, considering money buys political influence, you can begin to see how capitalism reinforces the conditions of its own existence by buying the political process. It is an inherent flaw of the way labor is organized, and it doesn't matter how you change the system, it will always evolve to this late stage. History demonstrates capitalism's effectiveness at co-opting revolutionary movements. By absorbing radical ideas into a capitalist framework, dissent can be mollified and integrated within the boundaries of the system. This process dilutes genuine revolutionary potential, reinforcing the existing oligarchy while creating the illusion of change. An example of this can be seen in the labor movements of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. During this period, workers' movements, trade unions, and socialist parties emerged with the goal of challenging capitalist exploitation and advocating for workers' rights and better conditions.
Where did critics of capitalism, by the way, who called themselves socialists back then, where did they do best? Which state legislature had the most elected socialists of all the 48 states at the time? I won't quiz you. You probably wouldn't guess in a million years. Oklahoma. Socialism in Oklahoma. Lots of it. I bet you there was a lot here in Idaho, too.
When the socialists here were in office, they were very practical. They were prudent. They were planners.
Hone's vision was so successful that in the 1930s, Milwaukee was regularly rated the best run city in America, the healthiest city in America.
People in Milwaukee for most of the 20th century had an extraordinary faith in the possibilities of democratic government to do good.
October 29th, 1929, Black Tuesday. The New York Stock Exchange is in a panic.
In the 1930s, you had a depression. It made the mass of the American working class suffer terribly. And they demanded help.
The original New Deal was not one thing. It was a decade-long process and struggle. You're talking about jobs, you're talking about infrastructure, you're talking about inequality. Policies were proposed. The people in the streets demanded more. There was pushback from industry. There was more push from labor.
The goal of the New Deal was to say there are all these people who need relief. We need a sort of federal apparatus which can provide that relief and bring the economy out of depression.
They did all kinds of things that socialists typically advocate. They provided a social security system, which we never had before. They provided the first minimum wage. They set up unemployment compensation. They gave public jobs, millions of them, to people who would otherwise have been destitute. They did classical socialist things. That went a long way to change the level of inequality because it helped the people at the bottom.
You and you and you and you've got a president now. He gave the land a new deal. You hold the cards, now you deal. You and you and you and you put shoulders to the plow. He gave us what we asked for, now pay him back somehow.
Franklin Roosevelt, he saw the scorching reality of the Great Depression. He knew he needed ideas. Before he took office, he invites the Socialist Party candidate for president to come talk to him.
From socialist perspective, Franklin Delano Roosevelt's New Deal, the Democratic Party, steals a lot of ideas from the Socialist Party. They prove enormously successful.
The problem in capitalism is, so long as you leave that system there, it undoes what can be occasionally achieved, which is why, as a socialist, I can't in good conscience go to the mass of the American people today and say, let's have a big struggle for, and then run another set of reforms. We've been there. We've done that. That doesn't work. Not that it doesn't work for a while, but it doesn't endure. It doesn't last for us, and it sure as hell isn't there for our children.
How is all of this, especially the empire that we live in, directly related to capitalism?
Every time a system's in trouble, there are the defenders of the system who say, well, yes, I agree, right now it's really crappy, it's dangerous, it doesn't work. But that's because something has come in to destroy the really pure capitalism. If only we had that, it would work beautifully. I understand it. That's a human, you want to hold on because changing systems is frankly scary, always has been. So this is a way you can hold on to a kind of loyalty to capitalism in general, while joining in the critique of the way capitalism is here. The answer I would give, which will make these folks unhappy, is, look, capitalism is what you got. And if you don't like the way it's evolved, that's very nice, but imagining that you can go back to something pure that won't then repeat the same evolution to what we have, kind of begs the question, how come? We didn't become dependent on the defense industries because a lot of people are crooks or because a lot of people have cronies whom they favor. Come on, that's not really a very profound analysis. There may be cronies all the time, but why were they successful?
Capitalist elites responded to these movements by implementing certain reforms and concessions. They introduced labor laws, social welfare programs, and regulations aimed at improving working conditions and providing basic social protections. By doing so, capitalism was able to dilute the demands of the labor movements, appease discontented workers, and maintain the existing capitalist system. This incorporation of labor demands into the capitalist framework often eroded the revolutionary potential of these movements, as they became integrated within the system they sought to challenge, successfully postponing the revolution that always comes from unresolved class conflict. Through a Marxian lens, we have thoroughly examined how capitalism's grip on the American political system is amplified by a recurring pattern of oligarchy formation. Capitalism's influence extends far beyond economic dominance, infusing itself into the very fabric of democracy. However, amidst this seemingly impenetrable framework lies a paradox: the irrational predictability of capitalism's evolution. It is within this paradox that a ray of hope emerges. While capitalism's capture of the political system appears unassailable, its predictable irrationality exposes its vulnerability. The repetition of historical patterns, the concentration of power, and the co-opting of dissent may feel relentless, yet they also demonstrate a consistent fragility that can be challenged. Understanding and exposing the irrational predictability of capitalism's evolution arms us with the vital forbidden knowledge needed to dismantle the existing oligarchy. By refusing to accept the false binaries presented by the duopoly, by demanding accountability from the capitalist class, and by nurturing alternative political voices, we pave the way for transformative change. In wrapping up this analysis, we must acknowledge that our struggle against the American political oligarchy is an ongoing battle. However, armed with the insights gained from a Marxian perspective and an understanding of irrational predictability, we have the intellectual tools to navigate through the haze of false choices and pursue genuine democratic expression. Marxism, like other sciences, seeks to analyze and understand the complexities of social systems. Just as in quantum physics, where the principle as above so below reflects the interconnectedness of particles, this concept can also be applied to social sciences. In the social realm, a society can be viewed as a complex system composed of various classes that interact and influence one another. Much like subatomic particles, social classes have their own internal contradictions. These contradictions arise from the inherent conflicts of interest and power struggles within society. An analogy can be drawn between the concept of entropy in quantum physics and the notion of social entropy within a Marxist framework. Entropy refers to the gradual deterioration of order and the dissipation of energy within a system, eventually leading to its collapse or transformation. Similarly, in social systems, internal contradictions and conflicts between different classes create a tendency towards entropy. Just as a subatomic system requires self-sustainability to maintain its structure, a social system also relies on a delicate balance of power and resources for its sustainability. The requirement for self-sustainability in both the social and subatomic realms can be related to the concept of symmetry. Symmetry ensures that forces are balanced and interactions among components occur in an orderly manner. Thus, in both disciplines, a lack of symmetry or an imbalance of power can disrupt the stability and functioning of the system, leading to the emergence of contradictions and eventual entropy. In summary, Marxism, like subatomic physics, recognizes the concept as above so below. By applying the understanding of internal contradictions leading to entropy in quantum physics to social sciences, it becomes evident that maintaining a balanced and sustainable system, whether on a subatomic or societal level, requires attention to the inherent conflicts and power dynamics within that system. You don't just go from one system to the next. You have to have a transition or mixed economy of the two. My theory is simple. The goal is to raise awareness about worker cooperatives while simultaneously putting elected officials in office who don't take corporate PAC money. This, combined with a strong worker union movement, could be what is needed for an economic transition. As Senator Sanders says, real change doesn't happen from the top. Real change only happens from the bottom. In my theory, the conditions for revolution do not arise until both classes implode symmetrically at the same time. This theory is a unique interpretation of Marxism, challenging Marx's understanding of the conditions necessary for revolution, while also making a stunning connection to physics. I propose that while any revolution can arise from an asymmetrical collapse, for a society to become self-sustaining after the revolution, it must undergo a symmetrical implosion where both the ruling and oppressed classes experience material detriment. Similar to how a plasmoid collapsing in on itself creates a self-sustaining ball of energy, you can view my introduction to plasmoid video here. This phenomena can also be applied to the social sciences. By collapsing in a symmetric manner, the theory posits that a revolution can establish a self-sustaining structure that addresses the systemic inequalities and creates a more equitable society, over time eliminating class conflict and the requirement for a state entirely, because an egalitarian utopia would not stifle out opposing voices. It is not until both workers and capitalists feel the material conditions regressing together that both can join forces and eliminate the common enemy. When the system fails both sides of the class war, is when both sides will see it necessary to replace the system. Class conflict was never going to be won by perpetuating war. It will be won by negotiating peace and revealing empathy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. However, until these requirements are met, all we can do is ensure the conditions. In these new and exciting ways, we can begin to finally connect social science with the concept of as above, so below. Patterns of the universe reflecting ubiquitously throughout every field of study, like a mirror into the soul of the universe. With the right lens, we can unravel the mysteries of everything The main problem with American politics can be largely boiled down to censoring, the censoring of popular issues, with the obvious exception of not allowing someone to incite violence. I believe that all ideologies along the spectrum must be equitably represented in a democracy, no matter how radical, in order to create an accurate window of legitimate discussion, because the franchise business owner class has successfully bought and paid for our legislative process. This has significantly limited this Overton window of acceptable political discussion. This is why we don't see any debates on capitalism versus socialism going back 100 years in Congress. Why we have 47 states that have voted to override federal cannabis laws, yet it is still considered federally illegal. It is also why a Princeton University study revealed that the opinions of 90% of Americans have essentially no impact at all. We have the Democratic Party shifting further to the right. The Republican Party is also shifting to the right. Meanwhile, the window of acceptable politics for 90% of regular everyday people is actually outside the window of acceptable politics within our democratic process. This leads to regressive dystopian policies and a stagnation in legislation for workers, which in turn leads to a distrust in our political systems, a distrust in our government, and can pave a way for fascists like Donald Trump. This charming confidence man took advantage of this distrust by conning America like he has done to so many victims. Collateral damage in the spoiled escapades of a bad businessman with a large inheritance, who lied, cheated, and stole his way to the presidency. The man who conned America, the art of the steal. Remember, if you like my content, please consider subscribing and hitting the like button on my videos. Comments and any form of engagement dramatically help us break through the YouTube algorithm. I also have a website with research on the Thunderstorm engine, plasmoid technology, and do-it-yourself guides for Malcolm Bendel's retrofit, courtesy of Jordan from Alchemical Science and the Martin. Check out my store for exclusive merchandise along with our forum, where you can post questions, share videos, and join in the community to help destigmatize all forms of forbidden knowledge. Don't forget to check out Jordan's channel Alchemical Science and Bob Greenier from the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project YouTube channel. They're on the cutting edge of cold fusion technology. Hello everyone, I'm the Benefactor, and this is Beneficence TV, dedicated to providing you solid entertainment while keeping you informed. We are a progressive media outlet with the focus on providing thought-provoking content on forbidden knowledge regarding topics such as Marxism, plasmoids, zero-point energy, vortex-based math, and anti-gravitics. Our aim is to combat the spread of dangerous misinformation and to educate on these intriguing and unconventional areas of study while separating fact from fiction. Join us on our journey of discovery and challenge conventional thinking here on Beneficence TV.
The remarkable works of Canadian inventor John Hutchison has drawn widespread attention from businessmen and government scientists since 1979. He began using ultra-high electromagnetic frequencies to transform matter in some very unusual ways. It has come to be known as the Hutchison effect.
This is real dustification you're going to see here. Now, if that thing tipped over, it would take out a few blocks worth of buildings. It turns to dust.
Malcolm Bendel, an inventor with a background in geochemistry, demonstrates his groundbreaking thunderstorm generator to a room full of people in Zurich, Switzerland.
You have a positive and negative end, north pole, south pole, two tornadoes colliding in the middle.
Thunderstorm in a bottle. Electronics engineer and inventor Joe Parr conducted experiments on the top of the Great Pyramid. Parr claimed to have discovered yet another strange physical phenomenon. The model pyramid became weightless in the energy field.
A local inventor has discovered a way, hear this, to use water to run your car.
I figured out how to draw the fundamental map. The whole topic today is about the number 9. The most great name of God equals number 9 in the Baha'i scriptures. This energy is the only thing that comes from the whole, from zero, the vortex. It goes out linearly in all directions.
The Pacific Ocean, about 2,000 miles from the U.S. mainland. Marco Rodin, a young man growing up in Hawaii with an innate understanding of the world around him, struggled to fit in at school because he understood everything a little too well. His dad owned a hotel chain, and Marco managed a part of the property which got by on its own, giving Marco time to explore and experience the world. He was an enthusiastic reader of various ancient texts. It wasn't until he had a psychedelic experience with acid that he stumbled upon the secrets of the universe. What did Marco see? Vortex-based mathematics. In an instant moment of intense clarity that one can only describe as a direct download to the brain, he had tapped into knowledge of a previously unknown field of energy, and his visions were so clear that he could map this field of energy out mathematically.
Ever just know something, Dr. Nash?
Constantly. Instantly realizing the significance, Marco sat down and started decoding the Baha'i scriptures using this realization, and then developed the foundations of vortex-based math. A new way of not just understanding the world, but applying that understanding into a comprehensive theory of math that explains numbers as physical vectors in space-time, instead of random appropriations. This means that the numbers are stationary and don't change. Unlike traditional math, where the numbers change, in VBM the numbers are constant, and the functions themselves represent the changing variables. When you think about it, this makes more sense. Functions themselves represent the changing variables in space-time, not numbers. Marco put the work out there to all sorts of researchers, and a few highly credible scientists like Russell Blake took him very seriously. Russell assisted Marco to significantly expand his work. While mapping vortex math onto a toroid, they had realized Marco stumbled upon a perfect 3D system of math, one that is completely different to the linear math everyone already studies. Realizing the errors in the way we traditionally do math, Marco began to understand why linear math leads to irrational numbers such as pi. With his groundbreaking discovery, you can solve problems involving the length of curves without using pi. To understand, we must first ask the question, why is pi an irrational number in the first place? Pi is used to represent a constant ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter. But this linear way of arithmetic ignores one simple fact. Nothing in the universe moves in a straight line. Everything moves on an angle. In one-dimensional space, this represents a curve. 2 dimensions represents a spiral. 3 a vortex. When we map out pi on a circle with traditional math, we are assuming the circle is occupying a linear 2-dimensional space. However, this is the mistake. Since nothing in the universe is a straight line, we are essentially measuring a spiral as a straight line, creating an endless string of irrational digits to rectify the solution. This is the real reason why pi is an irrational number. In vortex math, there are no irrational numbers. Somewhere in the Indian Ocean, after 7 years of isolation on a remote island working on an engine that could change the world, inventor Malcolm Bendall gets ready to journey to the United States for the first time in almost a decade. Due to the pressure to protect his reputation, when Randall Carlson inadvertently outs him on the Joe Rogan podcast.
The other thing is when we talk about these ancient technologies, if we're only looking for a mere reflection of ourselves, we could overlook it completely, because I think there's evidence that exists now. I mean, some modern researchers whose work has been buried or suppressed, I think we're getting very close to rediscovering some of the things that our ancient ancestors were up to. And maybe this would be worth a whole show in itself.
Well, what kind of technologies are you talking about?
There are people out there now who have been working on trying to rediscover that. And there are people who've been working on these things for decades now, basically in secret. And I've had the privilege of talking to some of these people over the last 6 or 7 years. And right now, as we're speaking, there's a group of people who are basically going to open source a whole lot of stuff in the next 3 months, so it can never get suppressed again. And that's why I'd like to come back and talk in more detail.
Well, I'd love to have you come back and talk about it.
Malcolm Bendall, a scientist with a background in geochemistry, has been developing a comprehensive theory of the universe for several years. The plasmoid unification model, a unified field theory that calculates the resonant frequencies of everything in the universe. However, while on the Joe Rogan podcast, the producer had pulled up information regarding a smear campaign against Malcolm, a smear campaign about his spiritual and religious beliefs. A logical fallacy known as the ad hominem fallacy, one where Joe apparently attacked Bendall's character instead of his scientific claims. Some of this information may have related to stories from The Shaman, an interesting book from author Roland Perry that is loosely based off of Malcolm's life. In this book, it is said that a scientist named Hote, who is based on Malcolm, was once a leading pastor and director of a fundamentalist church with Pentecostal roots, the Full Gospel Businessmen's International. In The Shaman, Perry writes that the scientist had helped persuade a woman in a coma to not join her ancestors and come back from the light.
I ministered to the dead in and outside the cafe where Martin Bryant murdered 35 people. One of the victims was in a coma for 5 days. The state governor wanted me to have a look at her. I sat with the woman in hospital for 5 hours. I persuaded her not to go into the light.
Wait, do you mean die?
She had terrible gunshot injuries. Her son had gone over. She wished to be with him. I talked her out of it.
Cavalier was silent for a moment.
I did that with your daughter. She was making her way to the spirits of relatives when I talked her back.
Cavalier felt a chill up his spine. When she made a baffling and astonishing recovery, doctors were left dumbfounded. Let's remind ourselves that ideology and beliefs can change over a person's lifetime. If we were all judged based on past decisions, nobody would come out looking good. That being said, these remarkable claims are not without scientific basis. The Awareness During Resuscitation study, which involved 2,060 patients from 15 hospitals in the US, UK, and Austria, is the largest study to date on out-of-body and near-death experiences. Researchers tested the validity of conscious experiences using objective markers for the first time in a large study to determine whether claims of awareness that corresponded with out-of-body experiences aligned with real, rather than hallucinatory events. The research found that the themes around the experience of death were far broader than previously understood, and that experiences such as these have a scientific basis. Malcolm Bendel's plasmoid unification model is a theory that explains the nature of the universe and the interactions between particles. The model proposes that the universe is made of energetic plasma-like structures called plasmoids that can take on different forms and properties depending on their state and environment. These plasmoids interact with each other through a complex web of electromagnetic forces, which Bendel argues are responsible for all the phenomena we observe in the cosmos, from the behavior of subatomic particles to the motion of galaxies. According to Bendel, the plasmoid unification model provides a more coherent and comprehensive framework for understanding the universe than traditional models based on matter and energy alone. It has the potential to revolutionize our understanding of physics and cosmology. The mysterious and awe-inspiring universe may finally be revealed by this groundbreaking plasmoid unification model, which suggests that the very fabric of reality is made up of energetic and quasi-stable plasma-like structures that interact with each other through electromagnetic forces, providing an all-encompassing, coherent, and revolutionary explanation for the behavior of particles from the smallest subatomic levels to the vast reaches of our galaxy, potentially unifying gravity with the other fundamental forces of nature. From colors, shapes, elements, and even polarized cardinal directions, Malcolm discovered that all elements are plasmoids. Plasmoids are self-contained torus-shaped bits of matter in the fourth state, a state of matter some theorize to be a gateway to zero-point energy. Zero-point energy, or quantum zero-point fluctuations in the vacuum, is the energy that is proven to exist through math. It is the energy that exists at any system's zero point. When all other energy has been frozen out of an atom, electron spin still does not decay. Where does that energy come from? Fluctuations in the vacuum. Richard Feynman was a renowned American theoretical physicist who made significant contributions to the development of quantum electrodynamics. Feynman once famously said, "One teacup of empty space contains enough energy to boil all the world's oceans." So if the universe contains all this free energy, where is it and how do we access it? That's exactly the question inventors like Malcolm would ask. His comprehensive unification model isn't just theoretical. Bendel successfully applied his theory to a practical working prototype. This prototype can be retrofit on any gas or diesel engine, not only doubling efficiency, but eliminating toxic and harmful greenhouse emissions in the process. This process of cold fusion, which had been suppressed in the replication of the Pons-Fleischmann experiment, produces tiny plasmoid clusters that have the potential to release enormous amounts of energy.
They were kind of forced into this position by a guy called Stephen E. Jones, who was brought in to kind of verify what they were seeming to find by the Department of Energy, whether they were actually seeing what they were claiming, which was, he kind of gave the name to it called cold fusion, although Martin Fleischmann and Stanley Pons really didn't like the idea of that phrase being used. They were very uncomfortable with it because they didn't really know what it was at the time. And then various people were brought in by George Bush Sr. to kind of give a 6-month crash, can we replicate this? And it's a very famous story at MIT. They doctored their data to remove their own findings to try and paint the fact that cold fusion is dead.
And he blew the whistle.
I inadvertently was looking through some piles of paper that had been given to me in a casual manner by all these hot fusion physicists as they were trying to do their calorimetric repeat of the Pons-Fleischmann experiment. And to my utter astonishment, I can remember sitting at my desk in my study and actually seeing these two sheets of paper, one dated July 10th, 1989, and another dated July 13th, 3 days apart. The difference between July 10th and 13th was dramatic, and I was stunned. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It looked like monkey business to me at the time, and it has turned out to be exactly that. It was a lower echelon person in the Plasma Fusion Center at MIT, one of the 16 authors of a scientific paper done under Department of Energy contract that had altered data. And that data is scientific fraud.
It is estimated that up to 1 kilowatt of power can be released from these charge clusters when they reach their full charge density. The late Ken Shoulders had already proven this and filed a patent for this technology because it had the ability to do something remarkable. These charged clusters, when radioactive isotopes were introduced, would atomically reconfigure or disassociate these isotopes into non-radioactive isotopes. Essentially what this does is scrub clean radioactive waste into harmless versions of the element. However, shadowy figures from the Department of Energy demanded the grant be removed. Why would anyone want to suppress this world-changing technology? As it turns out, the reason was that these clusters were accessing the quantum fluctuations in the vacuum. They were successfully channeling zero-point energy. So, just what are plasmoids?
Seth Putterman called it the star in a jar.
Microscopic ball lightning in the shape of a self-contained imploded sphere. These plasma spheres take on the shape of a torus due to the fact that they collapse in on themselves symmetrically. Plasmoids are found in nature. They are everywhere. These quasi-stable clusters are what give thunderstorms and cyclones their enormous power. These same processes for channeling and utilizing plasmoid energy are replicated in the thunderstorm and plasmoid generators, where counter-rotating vortexes collide at specific angles within multiple spheres of specific ratios.
In the quantum physics is your event horizon. What it does, you'll have a positive and negative end, a north pole, south pole, two tornadoes colliding in the middle.
These angles and dimensions Bendel utilizes are not only found in nature, they have been written about in various ancient texts and encoded within ancient architecture for thousands of years. This ancient knowledge can be seen in the Great Pyramids. For example, the angle at which these vortexes must collide to successfully discharge is the same exact angle that is used for the concave on the pyramid wall. It has been theorized by many that the pyramids were used to generate power. Ben Van Kerkwijk and Graham Hancock have talked about Egyptian culture being misdated and misunderstood, with two separate dynasties and cultures separated by not only great distances in time, but vast differences in technological achievement.
It extends also to architecture. Let's consider quite clearly two classes of pyramids that can be found in ancient Egypt. On the left, we have the massively megalithic stone pyramids made up of huge blocks of stone. And on the right, we have the other pyramids that are all over Egypt. They're made from mud bricks, and many of them are decaying slowly over the years, and they're starting to fall apart, versus, the stone pyramids are still standing and mostly intact.
Then we have Christopher Dunn, an engineer who wrote a book on how this energy could have been harnessed, and makes an astonishing connection to Tesla in his upcoming book.
And I came to the conclusion that those granite beams, they had to have actually tuned them to respond to a particular frequency. And really, just like piano strings, if you strike one and you undampen the strings, another one at a higher octave will resonate. The harmonic of that particular frequency will resonate. It will absorb the energy and respond in sympathy with it. And you can actually transfer energy from this lowest beam clear to the top beam. If each of those beams is tuned to the same frequency or a harmonic of that frequency. And that is what I believe is happening.
It is curious that Tesla once thought the pyramids were also power generators of some sort. Perhaps he even based his Wardenclyffe Tower off this theory of capturing the resonant vibration of the Earth and amplifying it within the King's Chamber. The King's Chamber is a room within the Great Pyramid that has a suspicious hollowed-out cavity surrounding it, making it a perfect candidate for a resonant chamber. This setup can create a resonant cavity that amplifies specific sound frequencies. By altering the size and shape of the chamber and cavity, different frequencies or pitches can be precisely cut and quarried massive stones to extremely symmetrical and polished pottery made with stone that is near diamond strength. We see evidence of purpose and function everywhere.
emission radiation. That's the acronym.
Own episode. I'm about to show you the mind-blowing mathematical lens. That is vortex-based math. Let's lay a couple of ground rules. First of all, in vortex math, we don't use zero. VBM is all about doubling and then reducing numbers down to a single digit. If you can bear with the arithmetic for a minute, I can teach you the significance of 3, 6, and 9, a mystery that has eluded scientists and engineers for decades. We begin by doubling 1 to get 2. We then double again to get 4, and then again to get 8. Now what does 8 doubled get us? Remember, we reduce the double digit down to a single digit by adding the 2 base components, and we are back to 7. 7 doubled gets you 14, which reduces back to 5. Doubling 5, we get 10, which reduces back to 1. Notice the infinity symbol created. This isn't a random design. The angles and paralleled lines in this diagram all reflect intricately woven relationships that are baked into the fabric of our reality. That is because numbers aren't just utilities for measuring. Numbers actually represent physical vectors in space-time, ones in which the fractals of creation are based on. In that sense, numbers are real. As you can see, numbers reveal the underlying pattern of creation. And everywhere we look, we can see this fingerprint of God. These numbers that form the infinity symbol represent our physical reality and how it interacts with itself. And if numbers represent physical vectors in space, then they must also have properties that can be observed. Let's look a little closer into this. 9 is a significant number because it was discovered by Marco that the number 9 gives the other numbers polarity. If 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, and 5 represent our physical reality, then 3, 6, and 9 must represent this previously unknown form of energy, a magnetic flux field at the quantum level, the 0 point. These numbers are what form our physical reality. This quantum flux field is the source for the non-decaying spin of an electron, the infinite well of radiant energy our universe runs itself on. Pushing this theory further, Marco theorized that everything in the universe is a vortex, from DNA to black holes. It is nature's path of least resistance. This energy permeates everything and will penetrate any material. This leads to everything in the universe being non-linear, not even time. Because the higher dimensions of our brain think linearly to organize our lives in a coherent manner, we perceive time to be linear. So how do we map out this flux field of energy emanating from the physical vector 9? And how do we even know this energy emanates from 9 and gives the other numbers polarity? Remember those patterns I talked about, the ones baked into the fabric of our reality? With this polarity, a mirroring effect happens. In the diagram, we can see every number on one side will correspond to the other side in an equal but opposing way. By doing some simple arithmetic, we can prove undoubtedly that these numbers, these physical vectors in space, all relate to one another in a coherent and intelligent manner. We begin by doubling 9. Vortex math is primarily about doubling and dividing, reflecting the natural processes for creation. Doubling 9 gives us 18. Adding the 2 digits gives us 9. We do this again. 18 plus 18 equals 36. Adding these together also gives us 9. It doesn't matter how many times we double this vector, 9 will always double to equal itself. This is the mathematical representation of this 0-point energy's emanation. Let's move on to the number 3. Doubling 3 gives us 6. Doubling 6 gives us 12, which brings us back to 3. Again, we double 12 to get 24. Adding these numbers brings us back to 6. This pattern of back and forth will continue indefinitely, like the pendulum effect of a magnetic flux field. It doesn't matter how many times you double these numbers, they will always oscillate back and forth with the energy that is emanating from the 9th vector. These are the only numbers that do this. It is because this is how vibration and motion occurs. Energy is always in motion and cannot be destroyed. It is the reason our universe is constantly in motion, but never actually going anywhere. An infinity, not in direction but in motion. The number 9 is the source of this energy. It is the only energy that exists at any system's 0 point. Therefore, It is the highest form of energy in our universe. This is the source of energy Marco is describing, what he saw in his vision. Ancient knowledge lost in time. If you take a look at the layout of Washington, there is a clear pattern that reflects the Masonic symbol.
Some historians believe that the triangle found in the center of Washington, D.C. represents the Masonic symbol of the square and compass.
This makes sense when most of the founding fathers were Freemasons. However, if you make the connection to vortex math and look closely at where the Washington Monument is located, where the zero is, this is the 0 point, the point where Marco Rodin theorized cosmic energy radiates out of.
These monoliths were made out of granite, and there's some quartz inside the granite, and quartz has some rather interesting properties, like the piezoelectric effect. If I take quartz crystal and I squeeze it, I can generate electricity. Now, some people believe that the obelisks were like lightning rods that absorbed electrical energy from the heavens.
Could the Egyptian obelisks have been designed to attract energy? In addition to the conductivity of quartz stone, it has been found that when the obelisks were first erected, they were capped with a naturally occurring metal alloy called electrum.
We know that they were covered or capped in many cases with electrum, which is a combination of gold and silver, and they may have been meant to attract plasma, electrically charged particles.
Is this new connection to mysticism and symbolism, the smoking gun regarding obelisks being transmitters or receivers of some kind of radiant energy? Whether the connection is metaphorical or practical, these new connections could finally lead us to answer the age-old question, just who are the Freemasons in the larger picture of history? Instead of using the conventional approach of mapping VBM to a hypercube, Rodin adopted a unique method of mapping his mathematics onto the surface of a hypersphere. While a hypersphere and a toroid are distinct shapes, it is possible to visually represent a four-dimensional hypersphere in three-dimensional space using a toroidal shape through a technique called stereographic projection.
This is stereographic projection. This is a sculpture that illustrates stereographic projection. Stereographic projection is a map from the sphere to the plane. And the way that it works is you look at the north pole of the sphere and you draw straight lines from the north pole down onto the plane. And if you arrange the light at the north pole, then the light rays effectively do stereographic projection. And these curves on the sphere are mapped to the straight line grid on the plane.
This allows for a 3D visualization of the hypersphere's properties and is commonly used in mathematics and physics. In mainstream mathematics and computer science, higher dimensional objects are often mapped onto hypercubes or other geometric shapes to facilitate visualization. However, Rodin's approach was unique in that he utilized a method of mapping his mathematics onto the surface of a hypersphere rather than a hypercube, allowing for a more intuitive representation of the underlying geometry, the geometry of the universe itself.
And this shape here is called, yes, we know it's a donut, but in science they don't call it that. Torus, T-O-R-U-S, or tori means multiple toruses. Our body was named after it. What's our body called? A toroid, human torso, T-O-R-S-O. You know what that means? It means you're getting put through the grinder. Because that hole is a tor, it means it's a hole. And it means that everything is either imploding into that hole or exploding out the other side. And if you don't have that hole, you're toast. Because it's always in and out. Compression, decompression. Implosion, explosion. And it's doing something else. It's thermal. It's about heat dissipation, which is the very foundation of all physics and astrophysics, because this is modeling a black hole. And nothing goes through the hole in the center, or the hole wouldn't exist. See this red line? Spirals and defines the hole by being an aperture, like our eye. Because there's something, I believe, emanating in this hole that's causing this hole to not close. Okay, and that's what I'm harnessing, and that's what I found.
In Rodin's sequence 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, and 5, each number is related to the previous one in a cyclical fashion.
In a hologram, the whole is in the part's in the whole. It doesn't matter which you take image in this explanation. I'm laughing because I'm thinking how extraordinary it is what you're seeing there. There's no words to describe the miracle of putting those numbers into place and seeing the donut from different perspectives. You have no idea how big of a deal this is.
The sequence has a fractal-like structure with self-similarity, meaning that if you zoom in or out on the pattern, it will always look the same. By using this cyclical property, it's possible to design technology in a way that takes advantage of the repeating pattern to achieve greater performance without adding more resources.
The Mobius circuit, the superfluid preferred longest mean free pathway of least resistance for electrical superconductivity always follows this bounded infinity circuit. You start with one God, one universe. It doubles, becomes two. That's Gabriel's trumpet. 4, because the B is not a bilineal stop. It's a plosive. So when I say the most great name of God, I don't say, which is Baha, means glory, in Arabic, Aramaic. It's a loan word out of Arabic to the Farsi language. It's in the Bible, it's in the Torah, it's in the Quran, it's in Buddhism, it's in everything. And the superlative case of Baha, which is the higher case, the highest, is called Abha. And that translates to splendor, wondrous, or glory. That's the heavenly world. And I had to learn all this math to help me understand that. So what happens is 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, but I'm back to where I began. So why is the I Ching 64? Why is it the $64,000 question? Not because 8 times 8 is 64. We thought it was. Why? It's because it's one complete cycle of infinity. And it's not infinity of a straight line direction, it's infinity of a spin continuum. It's infinity of duration. So 64 doubles 128, but 1 plus 2 plus 8 equals 11 is 2. 256 equals 13 is 4. 512 equals 8. 1024 equals 7. 2048 equals 14 is 5. There's only 6 numbers in infinity before it repeats. So infinity isn't infinite. It's a bounded infinity, like the electron orbital. That's a big deal. I'm taking the binary code, which is doubling, and I'm saying I can turn conventional computers, I'm taking this back to how to make a supercomputer, and I can take that binary code and I can say, I'm not interested in how many transistors I can pack into the smallest processor I can make. I'm interested in cycling, how many times I go around. I'm interested in making a track for computer logic processors. Everybody today, we're making computers that are using the binary code. Nobody knows how to use the 396693 to do calculations yet in a supercomputer. No one knows that you can't have the binary code without the 396693. I'm telling every computer scientist that you don't even have the whole picture yet. That's unbelievable. That there's another pattern, number pattern, in calculating that is indispensable to these calculations, which is the 396. So if I go from 3, because we know if I go 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, I'm going to go back to 1. You can't leave the train track. You're on a rail. But what happens with this? And bear in mind, why is it a dotted line? Because I'm trying to convey to you that it's a higher dimensional flux field. Because every coil, as I had to learn, you're now having to learn, as it was taught to me by Scott, who was my mechanical engineer, chief, every coil has an associated magnetic field with it, except it's not just magnetism, it's spirit and magnetism. The field is magnetism, the flux is spirit. It's a flux field. So, spirit is irresistible, penetrates everything, and is the source of all motion, vibration, and time. I have found a numerical formula for spirit. I know when and where spirit is in 3D space, and more importantly, I know where it's not. Okay, so spirit has a phasing, it has an activation sequence, it has a timing, and there's a numerical formula for it. So what am I doing? I'm getting rid of calculus, I'm getting rid of equations, or I'm giving them numerical equivalence, because calculus is never any better than the person speaking it, whereas numbers are a part of our world. They're a part of creation. They have attributes, they have physical properties, and they have a timing. The relationship to geometry or to tiles or to tempo and timing is an inherent part of this discovery. So spirit is also called prana, chi, tachyon, monopole, dark energy, dark matter. It's also called soliton, Higgins, God particle. It's what everybody wants right now. It's what the big races that everybody's looking for. I've elected to use the term they use in the scriptures, which is spirit. I could easily substitute any other name for it.
This opens up new possibilities for creating technologies that are more energy efficient, smaller, and faster, potentially making current technologies obsolete. The traditional linear approach in engineering is based on the concept of adding more resources, such as more transistors or more power, to increase the speed and capacity of a system. However, the cyclical approach in vortex math is different. Rather than adding more resources, this approach focuses on increasing the efficiency of a system by exploiting its inherent cyclical patterns. By utilizing engineering in this fashion, you are choosing the path of least resistance for both the programming language and electrons flowing through the hardware. Marco believes that the energy flow in the universe is a result of a continuous geometric progression that starts from the singularity at zero and expands outward in a spiral motion, following a specific pattern called the Rodin coil. In vortex math, the number 9 is considered to be a very special number because it is the highest single-digit number and contains within itself all other numbers.
That's where the missing zero is. Only 9 lines up over 0. Unless you're the finest, and my students are the finest of the finest, bar none. Okay, they come from Microsoft. They come from the biggest General Dynamics, the biggest weapons manufacturer in the world. Everybody has to come through my door if they want to be a master of their technology. What I'm about to explain is just one thing. That 9 lines up over that 0 vertically, but no other number lines up over anything else vertically. Everything else lines up horizontally, except nothing lines up with the 0 either. So this is the relationship of how nothing creates everything, how the universe was brought into being. So I claim to know the secret of the 3, 6, and 9, and that's a family number group, but when I'm using it, it's palindrome 3, 9, 6. 9 always comes in the middle of 3 and 6. 3 and 6 are always on the outside, and DNA follows this pattern. And if you can follow, 3 and 6 is magnetic, 9 is spirit. They're inseparable. Only magnetic fields can respond fast enough to give slippage and free play to spirit. And when spirit's going forward, the magnetic fields are going in the reverse direction. But I had this when I was a teenager. I did not know that the 396 was that red dotted line. When I had that as a teenager, I didn't have it correct. I had that as a solid line. You can see how it's the same angle and the same ratio? You see this waveform in the circle? See this waveform in the circle? Because I took the most great name of God, the equation, out of the scriptures, which is the 2 and the 5 connecting to the 1, because that's in Arabic is the B. That's the H is the 5. I'm not using the English order of the letters. I'm using their original scriptural language. Why? Because they say the prophets deliberately revealed in those languages because they said those languages, the sound embodies the essence of what it's describing. They said it was a spiritual language. So I was going by their rules. Hey, I'm not a prophet. I'm an adherent. I'm trying to learn what they're teaching, okay? I'm just trying to reverse engineer and look for the clues.
Marco believes that 9 is a symbol of the original source of all creation and represents the purest form of cosmic energy. He claims that the number 9 holds the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe, and that by understanding the mathematical properties of 9, one can harness the limitless power of the cosmos. According to Marco, all the energy in the universe comes from the singularity at the center of the vortex, which is represented by the number 0. In contrast, the number 9 is considered to be the symbol of the highest level of consciousness and represents a connection to the ultimate source of cosmic energy. It is a symbolic representation of the cosmic energy that emanates from the central singularity. Nikola Tesla, the famous inventor and physicist, also had a special fascination with numbers and their relationship to the universe. Tesla believed that the numbers 3, 6, and 9 held a unique and universal significance, and he often talked about the importance of understanding the hidden patterns and symmetries in the universe. Tesla believed that if people could understand the significance of 3, 6, and 9 and their relationship to each other, they could unlock the secrets of the universe and access limitless energy. He is famously quoted as saying, "If you only knew the magnificence of the 3, 6, and 9, then you would have the key to the universe." Tesla believed that these numbers represented a fundamental aspect of the universe, and that they contained a hidden power and symmetry that could be harnessed for great benefit. Which leads one to ask the question, just what is the connection between Tesla and Marco Rodin? Could that connection be ancient knowledge? There are several interviews and articles that have contributed to the idea that Tesla was interested in the technology of the ancient civilizations. One such interview is recorded in an article titled "Tesla on Ancient Knowledge and the Pyramids" by Arthur H. Matthews, which was published in Collier's magazine on February 9, 1929. In the interview, Tesla states,
"It is true that I have devoted much time to the study of the ancient records relating to civilizations that have passed away, and it has been a source of much gratification to me to find, among other achievements of genius, that of the electrical transmission of energy, to mention only one of the many discoveries which are wedded in my mind to the lore of the ages."
He continued,
"I have never ceased to hold a strong interest in the natural sciences, and my use of the term natural applies to such phenomena and forces as are unexplainable, in terms of the accepted theories of the present-day schoolmasters. In other words, while I have devoted a goodly portion of my life to technology, the underlying theme of my studies has been spiritual. Modern science, admittedly, a mere branch of knowledge, is progressing slowly on two different..."
The sentence suddenly cuts off. Just what was Tesla describing in this interview? What were those two different paths he was talking about? Could those two paths actually have been related to the conflicts of interest regarding capitalist tendencies in academia? We already know that Tesla's perspective on capitalism was complex and at times confrontational. He recognized the need for funding and investment, but warned that the pursuit of profit in science could be a conflict of interest. He believed that the pursuit of knowledge and the pursuit of profit were two separate branches that should not be combined. Yet industrial monopolies had seized control, stifling competition and innovation. The question remained, was capitalism the best system for scientific advancement, or was it ultimately a destructive force? As Tesla aimed to provide unlimited energy for free through his wireless energy transmission experiment, he hoped to challenge the status quo and pave the way for a new society. Indeed, Tesla's unique perspective on science and capitalism has continued to inspire thinkers and inventors in the years since his death. Among those is Marco Rodin, who seeks to replicate the divine proportions Tesla believed were present throughout the universe. And those divine proportions are the fingerprint of God. We really appreciate you for tuning into this episode of Divine Science. If you are enjoying your time here on the channel, please drop a like on the video and subscribe for more revolutionary content. Now grab your popcorn and let's get back to the show. Dare to challenge the limits of conventional wisdom here on Beneficence TV. For 50 years, Malcolm has been developing his plasmoid unification model. He has been traveling outside of his homeland of Australia for 20 years just to find the sources of information he required to complete his theory, from the deserts of Egypt to the libraries throughout Europe and in America. Malcolm even searched the Vatican Library. What he found was evidence of lost knowledge of advanced technology. Knowledge hidden in plain sight. This lost technology was based around the principles of sacred geometry. Sacred geometry is the study of geometric patterns and shapes that are believed to hold spiritual and mathematical significance, often used in art, architecture, and spiritual practices.
And here we have what I refer to as the alphabet of sacred geometry, and these are the simplest forms.
These intricate and harmonious geometrical patterns are ubiquitously found in nature, symbolizing the interconnection and inherent order of the universe, inspiring awe and reverence for the natural world. To understand why nature takes these shapes is to understand creation itself.
Again, notice, everything adds up to 9 for some strange reason.
So how did this deeply important and sacred knowledge get lost in the first place? You can thank colonization for that. The colonization of ancient worlds discarded much of those ancient civilizations' history. Malcolm himself comes from the lineage of a lost civilization. The civilization of Tasmania, in which Europeans wiped out a whole indigenous race. No records, nothing. wiped out due to the politics of claiming nations on the basis that they were uninhabited. As Malcolm puts it, Troy was a myth because no one had found it. For years, mainstream historians laughed at the idea of finding the city of Troy. Unfortunately for those that said it didn't exist, these pesky little things have a way of turning up, as I'm sure will happen with Atlantis. Humans have a strange proclivity to disregard and completely minimalize the knowledge of our ancestors. This is very naive and insulting to our ancestors and to the people who wrote the Sanskrit text. They had the same mental acuity that we have, anatomically the same, and the Romans with their aqueducts and city building and planning the cities out with a lot of forethought. They all have very similar blueprints within their cultures, which means there was a central government. There was a central body of knowledge that government was drawing upon. And that knowledge throughout history comes and goes like the tide. The knowledge of plasmoids has been hidden in plain sight for centuries, and societies have lost that ancient knowledge, a large part thanks to the externalities of capitalism and its tendency to exploit other countries. According to Malcolm, the plasmoid unification model offers a complex solution to the problem of unifying everything, taking into account the properties and relationships of crystal form, sound, color, time, and angles. This technology revolves around the ancient numerical patterns found in structures such as the pyramids and other architectural wonders. These numbers, when analyzed, reveal a fascinating relationship between various ancient civilizations and their architecture, as proven by pioneers like Randall Carlson. Geometry is integral to understanding the PUM, and plasmoids generate and store charge using the principles of sacred geometry. Malcolm's plasmoid diagram categorizes different aspects of the universe: ether, sun, matter, and time. When we understand the relationships between these four categories, we can begin to build a picture of how our universe actually works. Ether represents the underlying energy of our universe. It is DC energy at rest, as observed in Marco Rodin's vision. The source of the non-decaying spin of an electron, zero-point fluctuations in the vacuum. Ether can best be visualized by imagining the light paradox. The light paradox refers to a situation where all colors are present, yet there are no colors observed. Imagine you have a beam of light. If you take light going into a prism, you can see that light splits up into its frequencies and contains in itself all colors. This paradox arises when light contains a mixture of all possible colors. However, due to a phenomenon called color subtraction, when all colors are mixed together in equal amounts, they cancel each other out and no colors are perceived. Instead of perceiving a mixture of colors, the result is a perceived absence of color or white light. This paradox highlights the similarities between the ether, because ether contains within it all time, matter, and color, but this energy exists in a realm where there is no time, matter, or colors. Still confused? I don't blame you. Let's try another analogy. Imagine you have a magic toy box that can turn out any toy you can think of. How cool would that be? Now, this toy box is a bit magical because it can make all the toys appear and disappear instantly, just by thinking about it. But here's where things get tricky. Sometimes you want to have all the toys in your toy box at the same time, right? It's like having a big party with all your favorite toys. However, the magic box can only hold one toy at a time. So, you can only play with one toy while the others are waiting in line. The ether paradox is kind of like having all toys and no toys at the same time. It can be a bit confusing, just like the paradox of having nothing and everything all at once. But sometimes, these kinds of paradoxes help us think about the deeper mysteries of the universe and how everything is connected. So this is the paradox, and this is what our society lost through ignoring sacred geometry. By not learning the wisdom which was transmitted through ancient texts, wisdom was enshrined in, for example, the Great Pyramids so we wouldn't lose it. It makes sense. What is the one thing that would be left after a global calamity? Giant megalithic structures made out of stone. The sun acts as an intermediary between the realm of ether and the realm of matter, facilitating the flow of energy and the emergence of physical existence. The sun has the ability to imprint frequencies onto the surrounding energy called ether, transforming it into matter. It could be speculated that the interactions and movements of energy within the ether could potentially align with the recurring pattern of the 3, 6, and 9. Furthermore, in this hypothetical connection, the sun could be envisioned as a focal point or generator of energy within the ether. The energy emissions and processes associated with the sun could be seen as one manifestation of the underlying energy flow or vibration identified in the 3-6-9 pattern observed by Marco Rodin. Putting on our vortex math lens, the sun can be seen as the number 9 or the source of this energy at rest. Then we have time. Time is seen as the mold that shapes matter, with different dimensions, both 4D and 3D, playing a role in this process. Malcolm makes an analogy of transitioning from the sun to matter. This transition necessitates the involvement of time as a crucial element. Malcolm explains this transition by likening it to converting direct current into alternating current, which involves adding timing or time as a factor. However, traditional methods of conversion results in a loss of energy. All matter inherently possesses frequency characteristics, with time and the sun playing important roles in shaping and transforming energy into tangible matter. Malcolm argues that since time is mutable and can be reversed or sped up, light, which travels at a constant speed, serves as a reference point for proving that matter is fundamentally based on frequency in relation to time. That's where matter comes from, the interaction of frequency and time. Ether is a concept that represents the underlying fabric or essence of the universe. It symbolizes the infinite, formless, and all-pervading energy beyond physical matter. In sacred geometry, it is often associated with the concept of universal consciousness, or from the unmanifested potential from which everything arises. In summary, Malcolm's plasmoid unification model posits that all matter inherently possesses frequency characteristics, and time and the sun play important roles in shaping and transforming energy into tangible matter. Diving into the unification model's ancient connections starts by highlighting the number 432, which is believed to be a universal constant and resonant frequency found in various phenomena and ancient civilizations. Bendel suggests that 432 represents the number of protons or electrons required to form a plasmoid. This implies that plasmoids, which are key energy sources in the PUM, resonate at this frequency, indicating a profound connection between energy, matter, and the universe's design. Regarding Malcolm's practical application for the PUM, he calls it the molten sea arc atomic reconstruction technology. This type of cold fusion technology allows for atomic reactions at manageable temperatures and without any toxic byproducts. The molten sea arc refers to Solomon's molten sea, which he believes was the last known plasmoid generator used in history for storing and generating electrical charges. Unlike its well-known counterpart, the Ark of the Covenant, the molten sea arc was a massive basin, described as being 10 cubits in diameter, 5 cubits in height, and having a decorative rim in the form of flower petals. It rested on 12 bronze oxen, 3 facing each cardinal direction. This would have made the diameter about 15 feet. The connection between the molten sea arc and the Ark of the Covenant is not direct, as historically they served different purposes in Solomon's temple. The Ark of the Covenant was a sacred chest that contained the stone tablets with the 10 Commandments and was seen as the symbolic presence of God. It was placed in the innermost part of the temple known as the Holy of Holies, while historically the molten sea basin was placed in the outer courtyard. Malcolm believes that same technology behind the phenomenon known as MSART was utilized in the molten sea arc. Plasmoids are atomic batteries that store energy through their specific geometric shapes. He believes that, based on the descriptions of the arc, they were utilizing sacred geometric principles to produce free energy. Malcolm suggests that plasmoids generated through an imploded bubble are safe and can be used to store massive amounts of energy. It is estimated that up to 1 kilowatt of power can be stored within clusters of plasmoids that reach their maximum charge density. These plasmoids can effectively store and discharge energy in a controlled manner. His theory also suggests that the molten sea acted as the charger for these plasmoids, and the Ark of the Covenant was a capacitor that had the ability to hold those plasmoids. This is why it's called the molten sea, an entire sea of energy within one 10-cubit basin. It utilizes water in the same way Malcolm's generator does, as fuel. Bendel also mentions the importance of the numbers 27 and 9 in relation to the Sun, Moon, and Earth. He suggests that the Sun and Moon exhibit a harmonic resonance with the Earth based on these numbers. The Earth's mean orbital radius is approximately 27 times the Moon's mean orbital radius, and the Earth's mean rotation period is approximately 27 times the Moon's mean orbital period. The number 9 appears because 27 is divisible by 9, highlighting a harmonious relationship between these celestial bodies. These numerical relationships proposed by Bendel aim to demonstrate the intricate and intelligent design present in the universe and its connection to the plasmoid unification model. By exploring the numerical patterns and relationships, Malcolm seeks to gain a deeper understanding of the fundamental principles that govern energy, matter, and creation. Applying this model, Malcolm has invented a combustible engine retrofit that will not only double efficiency, but eliminate toxic waste gases by turning exhaust into oxygen. With a traditional combustion engine, you produce toxins and byproducts, which create a positive charge simply because they are explosive rather than implosive. Explosive force is death and destruction. The main goal of the PUM is to transition existing explosive and destructive technologies into plasmoid tech, which is seen as an intro to the new industrial revolution, moving away from explosive technologies towards implosive intelligent ones. Malcolm warns us that explosive technologies are primitive and that implosive technologies are intelligent. Implosive technologies are the hallmark of enlightened societies, which states we need to get away from destroying the planet. If you think about the UFO connection for a moment, these craft obviously don't utilize explosive propulsion. It has been theorized that UFOs most likely use some kind of field propulsion, and that this gives a scientific explanation for some of those unexplained phenomena. Plasma does seem to show inertial dampening properties as well, and Malcolm himself emphasizes that the ultimate application of plasmoids, while they can be used almost anywhere in industry, they can be utilized most effectively in space. It's an infinite source of energy, which is matter, and you can travel speeds exceeding the speed of light. Because light is not a constant, he claims his technology has the ability to alter the speed of light. That's what we call a warp drive. The plasmoid unification model and vortex-based math share some similarities as they both relate to the fundamental principles of creation and the relationships between elements. Both models recognize that everything in the universe is based on geometry and that there are certain constant numbers that underlie creation. Vortex-based math focuses on the numerical patterns that emerge from the torus and spiral configurations found throughout nature, while the plasmoid unification model focuses on the resonant frequencies of life's elements critical to mankind's existence and development. Both models recognize the interconnectedness of all things and the importance of understanding the geometry that underlies creation. The plasmoid unification model posits that plasmoids embody all sacred geometry, which is fundamental to their atomic battery capabilities. Vortex-based math is also based on the geometry of the torus, which is seen as the fundamental shape of the universe, the path of least resistance for free-flowing energy. Both models show that the universe is an intelligent design, and that design is in perfect harmony with itself and resonates in unison with a collective chord. This is the key to understanding the energy and matter conversion mechanisms underlying creation itself. Each model individually gives us evidence of divine creation, the fingerprint of God. Together, they create a comprehensible model for understanding the very fundamentals of our reality. A hitchhiker's guide to the galaxy that can show you everything and nothing all at the same time. Malcolm Bendel's plasmoid unification model is a theoretical model that posits that there is a fundamental unity underlying all matter and energy, which he calls a plasmoid or a protoverse. According to the plasmoid model, these plasmoid structures make up the very fabric of reality, existing at all scales from subatomic particles to supernovas and galactic clusters. They are thought to have a range of properties, including resonant frequencies that correspond to specific shapes, colors, cardinal directions, and other physical phenomena. Furthermore, the plasmoid model suggests that plasmoids are responsible for many of the observable phenomena in the universe, from the rotation of galaxies to the behavior of particles in accelerators. The theory also proposes that plasmoids can serve as a unifying framework that can explain phenomena across disparate fields, from astrophysics to chemistry and biology. In essence, the plasmoid unification model promises to provide a comprehensive explanation for the behavior of matter and energy across the universe, potentially revolutionizing our understanding of physics and cosmology. Nevertheless, the model is still in the early stages of development and requires more research to fully comprehend its implications. It begins with the plasmoid generator, a device that is designed to produce plasmoids artificially. It works by using ultraviolet light to ionize gas, and combined with the vacuum phase of the engine, creates microbubbles in a chamber of water. These microbubbles, when compressed on the piston's power stroke phase, symmetrically implode, which happens so violently and with such force it actually changes their state of matter from liquid to gas and then to a plasma.
First it expands, then it collapses. And this collapse happens so violently that vapor molecules trapped inside the bubble slam together and heat up so much that the bubble gives off an incredible burst of heat and light, several thousand times a second, giving the appearance of a star.
This plasma is then shaped by a magnetic field which is self-sustaining due to its toroidal geometry. The resulting plasmoid can also be given a specific resonant frequency and other properties to suit a particular application, such as fusion energy research. These plasmoids are what Stan Meyer's water-powered car was running on, a cold fission reaction that disassociates the water molecules into their base components of oxygen and hydrogen. When these plasmoids discharge using their maximum charge density, they can release up to 1 kilowatt of power. They accomplish this by actually tapping into zero-point energy. Remember what we talked about before regarding vortex math and the 0 point.
Now, I'm really roughhousing you guys. I play hard, and that's called having fun. If you don't have a funnel, you're not having fun, okay? And that's called a vortex well. If you're not healthy, if you don't have that well. So all the most affirmative, positive words in our language are all based on the vortex. Did I push that too hard, that point, or is it obvious that that's true?
The center of the toroid is the only place you can access the 0-point energy field, how you tap into nature's unlimited supply of clean energy. For the Bendel engine retrofit, they are utilized in the same way that nature utilizes counter-rotating vortexes colliding at specific angles. Once the plasmoids are generated, they are then sucked up into the thunderstorm generator during the piston's vacuum phase. The thunderstorm generator is a tube with a sphere attached, which contains multiple spheres of specific ratios. These spheres utilize sacred geometric principles. The ice-cold plasmoids and burning hot exhaust collide at just the right angle to produce a cold atomic reaction. Once the plasmoids interact with the electric fields generated by the separation of charges inside the generator, it can cause the plasmoid to destabilize and collapse, releasing large amounts of energy in the form of sound, light, and electromagnetic radiation. A thunderstorm in a bottle. A thunderclap is an enormous and sudden release of electrical energy from a bolt of lightning. A large bolt of lightning can contain up to 1 billion joules of energy, which is equivalent to the energy in about 300,000 AA batteries. So where does all this energy come from? Tesla once famously said,
"Electric power is everywhere present in unlimited quantities. It can drive the world's machinery without the need of coal, oil, gas, or any other fuel. This new power for the driving of the world's machinery will be derived from the energy which operates the universe, the cosmic energy."
It is highly suspected that nature's thunderclap gets its energy from this same process that Bendel uses, the process of tapping into 0-point energy via the use of microscopic toroidal-shaped bits of ball lightning. And we can see nature clearly utilizing this cosmic energy. So how is Mother Nature accessing it? The plasmoid clusters can dissociate the hydrogen into harmless oxygen and hydrogen, which can then be fed back into the engine via a cold fusion process that had previously been suppressed during the replication of the Pons-Fleischmann experiment. Although the secret behind these energy clusters have been studied by many scientists, upon further research, it was discovered by Malcolm that these clusters were nothing new and simply the phenomenon of static electricity, a secret that has eluded scientists for centuries, a remarkable discovery hidden in plain sight. But as the world awaits further evidence and experimentation to confirm or refute the plasmoid unification model's bold predictions, some scientists are left wondering, could this theory truly be the holy grail of physics? However, the dramatic unfolding of events last month has finally provided the long-awaited verification for Malcolm Bendel's plasmoid unification model, stunning and silencing the doubters who had dismissed it as mere speculation, and confirming that this trailblazing theory may indeed be the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe. Malcolm Bendel is a man shrouded in mystery, known only by his thunderstorm generator and fleeting glimpses of his public appearances. Little is known about his personal life, but rumors abound of a reclusive genius who spends his days locked away in a hidden laboratory, obsessively tinkering with complex equations and calculations to solve the mysteries of the cosmos. Bendel's groundbreaking theories have astounded the scientific community and defied all expectations, leading many to speculate that he possesses an unparalleled intellect and an innate instinct for the inner workings of the cosmos. Yet his unbridled genius has also attracted controversy and scrutiny, with some in the field accusing him of being a charlatan and a fraud. These baseless accusations are nothing new, recycled from an old smear campaign from a greedy oil company who bribed journalists and politicians to ruin his reputation so that they may scare off his oil investors. A controversial topic that should have been discussed, then dismissed on the Joe Rogan Experience. However, according to Randall Carlson, who was on the podcast with Malcolm, Joe was obsessively concerned with Malcolm's past and focused very little on the actual groundbreaking technology. Regardless of Malcolm's past, it is irresponsible for Joe to not have released this podcast, especially since, according to Randall, Joe agreed to verify it before releasing it. The engine has been verified, and it is time for Joe Rogan to do his part to spread the word about this amazing technology. We must demand that Joe release that episode of his podcast. It's important to be aware of potential misinformation or exaggerations that can occur when discussing new technologies and scientific breakthroughs. While the Rodin coil and other electromagnetic devices may have certain advantages in terms of energy efficiency and performance, there is currently no scientific evidence to support the claim that they have any significant healing properties, and Rodin himself dismisses such claims.
And again, so the existing Rodin coil technology already gets rid of the weight problem in motors and coils. I believe it can be printed as a circuit. I think it should be made out of plasma. I believe I can make a spaceship out of that. I believe I can use that to, not as a radionic device, so they've done tens of millions of dollars of sales as that to treat and heal people for deadly diseases. I don't espouse that. I don't teach that. I don't promote that. That's what other people have done independent of me. What I believe is that you can do gene splicing with it.
There is, however, a specific design for the Rodin coil that utilizes torsion physics. As we've talked about before, torsion physics is one area of study that is promising for major scientific breakthroughs in energy. The Nunez design, as I like to call it, was the design of Daniel and Erica Nunez of One Stop Energies, a promising startup that was actively helping the community to study, understand, and develop this technology for the advancement of the world. It saddens me to say that without any indication of why, both the Nunezes and the dozens of video tutorials and demonstrations they had up on YouTube were all suddenly taken down, and the couple has not been heard from since 2022, where they posted their last Facebook message. The couple, who had been active on YouTube and Facebook for quite some time, were in the process of obtaining a lease for a building in New York to expand their experiments and contributions to society. Their take on the Rodin coil is one that I have not seen elsewhere. It uses the same geometry as Marco Rodin's traditional coil, only this coil utilizes two counter-rotating vortexes by introducing a second phase-shifted channel of wires. These two equal but opposing channels, when synchronized and pumped with enough voltage, will supposedly amplify and produce tiny amounts of overunity by tapping into zero-point energy. If the effects of their coil design are true, then I suspect that when enough voltage is put through the coil and two counter-rotating electromagnetic fields are produced, tiny amounts of plasmoid clusters might be produced at the zero point of the coil, the center where implosion and explosion meet. What Marco says is a gateway to zero-point energy. Erica Nunez notoriously demonstrated their coil design by hooking a simple amplifier up to the coil. The amplifier fed the coil with less than 1 watt of energy, yet the coil was able to power a full 192 LED panel. Conventional science says this should be impossible. Could their unconventional and ingenious way of introducing torsion physics into the rodent coil design really be the secret to unlocking the potential of vortex energy? It is important to note that the significance of torsion physics is not a new concept. The ancient Indian texts mentioning vimanas, which are flying machines that allegedly use counter-rotation of accelerated mercury, hint at a profound understanding of energy manipulation that has been lost in time. Introduced into mercury, it accelerates the mercury in a clockwise or counterclockwise direction, depending on the polarity of the electricity. We've heard in his interview with Collier magazine on ancient knowledge and the pyramids. We know for a fact that Tesla himself believed ancient cultures had the ability to transmit electricity wirelessly, an astounding claim that largely gets dismissed in mainstream science, a trend that is hopefully changing with the new unbiased evidence brought on by independent thinkers like Graham Hancock and Ben van Kerkwijk. Today, modern scientists continue to explore the potential applications of torsion physics, opening up possibilities for advancements in energy generation and beyond. By applying vortex math concepts to coil designs, researchers have developed electromagnetic waveguides that more efficiently guide and manipulate electromagnetic waves. These waveguides find applications in communication technologies such as antennas, satellite communication, and radar systems. There have already been several major breakthroughs in technology regarding patents based off of Marco's vortex math and unified theory. Some of those include resonant inductive coupling. This technology, based on the principles of resonant magnetic induction, utilizes special coil designs to wirelessly transfer power between two coils by creating high-frequency oscillating magnetic fields. By applying the concepts of vortex math, researchers have developed more efficient and reliable resonant inductive coupling systems for applications such as wireless charging of electronic devices and electric vehicle charging. Using the principles of vortex math in the various rodent coil designs, advancements have been made in the development of highly sensitive and accurate magnetic field sensors. These sensors can detect and measure magnetic fields in various applications, such as navigation systems, industrial automation, and scientific research. Inspired by the principles of vortex math, inventors have developed energy harvesting devices that utilize enhanced coil designs to capture and convert ambient energy, such as vibrations, electromagnetic fields, and thermal gradients, into usable electrical power. These devices have potential applications in self-powered wireless sensors, IoT devices, and renewable energy systems. Looking back at vortex math and the secret to 3, 6, and 9, which Marco says represents an electromagnetic flux field that is at the center of reality, he suggests that this magnetic flux field formed by these numbers is at the core of all existence. The interaction of this flux field is what makes our reality physical. This could imply that electromagnetism is more significant than gravity when trying to understand the universe. Could the universe really be governed by electromagnetism? And these patterns don't just apply to base 10. They translate into all base-form constructs due to these principles being a part of our universe's intelligent design. Sometimes it's easier to grasp the more complex ideas of vortex math by thinking about them in reverse. Sort of like how reducing vortexes down to lower dimensions turns a spiral into a curve, as you've seen earlier. By shifting your perspective, a different angle of enlightenment can be observed. After all, simplicity is beauty for a reason, and there really is no point to having the secrets of the universe if they can only be understood by an esoteric few. Richard Feynman was known for his charismatic personality and knack for explaining complex scientific concepts to broader audiences. That's what we try to do on Divine Science. We boil things down into easily digestible and easily understood concepts so that everyone can unlock their unlimited potential and we can all pave a brighter future together. Despite Marco's rightfully enormous claims, he never really figured out how to accurately apply the math to the three-dimensional toroid for practical uses. Because VBM is so difficult and unusual to understand, very few people have attempted it, and even those who do are rarely capable of the task. Nevertheless, Marco continues to teach and pursue his understanding of VBM, while a select few take up the challenge of cataloging and publicizing his work. There have been some very highly credentialed mathematicians completely bungled, explaining the basics of VBM. A number of people seemingly have understood VBM and applied it, but have continued on to keep it private and use it for their own projects rather than open sourcing. Marco did manage to get noticed by a lot of rather large and scary companies at times, but he has turned down pretty much any offer anyone has ever given him. Instead, he continues to teach a small group of very serious students who are working towards cataloging and publicizing his work, while he continues to pursue his own deeper understanding of VBM. Looking back at Malcolm Bendel's plasmoid unification model, he too had theorized that all elements are plasmoids, which is also a type of torus-shaped vortex. Suddenly, the bigger picture is coming together. That picture is a polarized programming language that is used for creation, a programming language that when observed will show you the fingerprint of God. So, just how did Malcolm come to this remarkable and revolutionary discovery? Could it be that, while mainstream science has a bias toward anything spiritual, they immediately label it pseudoscience? Could the secrets of the universe really be unlocked by combining the objective lens of science with the subjective experience of religion? Yin and yang, science and spirituality, divine science. Something we see reflected in history through our ancestors, ancient knowledge lost in time. With so many discoveries happening, there is still so much we don't understand. It seems one thing is true, something that has always been true. The only constant is change. And the more we see, the less we know, for sure. This has been a Beneficence TV original, and I'm the benefactor. Stay tuned for more episodes on zero-point energy, anti-gravitics, and other forms of forbidden knowledge. Many thanks to the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project, Jordan from Alchemical Science, and their amazing online communities, without which this show would not be possible. If you like our content, please consider subscribing to our YouTube and TikTok channels. We also have a new online forum with do-it-yourself guides where the community can share their ideas and post questions. A one-stop shop for knowledge, right here at beneficencetv.com.
Thank you.